Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law. I hope you're having a great day. It is another wonderful day for the Karen Read trial and Karen Read's Trial Spectacular. Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Even more exciting than Part 1 in so many ways. Or more depressing, or more concerning, or more outrageous. Truly, truly, truly outrageous, as Jem might say. And we're here for all that stuff, and I hope you're having a great one as well. We're just getting everything started and loaded up this morning. We will, of course, see a ruling from the bench, I assume, relating to whether or not the defense will be allowed to offer Proctor's text messages via, whoever they want to be offered it via. And we'll see about that. All right, good stuff. Thank you, Miss Mandy. Glad to have you here. Sending out some invites to people, and I need to also load up the stream in a separate window, so that's ready to go when this court actually starts. Okay, let's see. So we're going to see whether or not the court will allow those text messages. Probably not. Great. Joining us today on stream is Miss Mandy. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Great.
Good morning.
Hello, everybody.
It's quite a lot of white noise or feedback or something. Can
Okay. Yeah. Is that better?
Thank you. That's a lot better. Thank you.
Oh, wait. I got unplugged there. Is that better?
Yes, thank you much.
Sure. So I hear Dr. Russell is in the house.
Excellent. Very exciting.
Which would be awesome if she was.
Didn't we have someone else that was looking to join us this morning too? Like you'd sent me a link, someone on my email or something. Some lawyer.
That was for you to join their stream last night.
Okay.
But yeah, possibly a lawyer might join.
Excellent.
Can I send him this link?
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, because there was some. So yeah, too many messages.
Too many people trying to talk. That's a Monday for you.
Yeah. Well, in any event, we are getting ready for this trial to see what's going on. So we'll see if the judge is going to allow Proctor's text messages in through this witness, which presumably it would be the same issue for any of the four witnesses that the defense wanted to offer. I can't imagine why it would be different for any one of them versus any of the other ones. So I would think that her ruling would be fairly dispositive on the issue either way. And if she says, no, you can't offer the text messages, which is what I'm expecting to hear, first of all, I will be outraged. Second of all, I will instantly raise the probability of conviction like 10%. And third, I may, bash my computer in with a baseball bat or something. So, that could end the stream.
Let's not do that. If we can get away with it, let's not do that. Who is Dr. Russell? Dr. Russell was the end all be all, the woman that could do everything. She was a doctor. She was a police officer. She was also.
Was she an ER person too?
She was, yeah.
Yeah. So she's ER. She was like, she wasn't. She like an ME twice or something.
She was, and she
Yeah,
also
ME
did.
twice, medical room examiner, like for 25 years. Yeah, she's pretty well qualified, and we're having problems with her credentials, I guess. So that's good.
Yeah, and the judge didn't want to let her in for some reason, even though she's so highly qualified.
Yeah, she's pretty qualified.
And she was like, she did autopsies and
Yeah.
just
Yeah, former cop. She worked in the ER for 25 years. She's an Emmy like twice over.
yeah.
She's pretty experienced. And somehow this is a question. They're like, okay. Are you certified in dog bites? I guess not. Do you have an associate's degree? Also no.
And that was the thing. She is certified in dog bites. She even wrote a book about dog bites.
Yeah. Not good enough.
No. She doesn't work for the prosecution, so it's not good enough.
Yeah. Pretty well qualified. They land the guy with a bachelor's degree. He didn't have a bachelor's degree. He faked a bachelor's degree. He had an associate's degree.
He was currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
Pursuing a bachelor's degree.
Just like Kurt is currently pursuing being the president of
University of Alabama.
University of Alabama, right?
I'm further along my journey than he is. I'll tell you what.
Right. You haven't been pursuing it for like 18 years, so.
Yeah, I know. It's like, it's like I was currently pursuing lead presenter at Core TV. It's like I'm doing better at pursuing that than
right.
pursuing his BS degree. Sure, yeah. So yeah, if any of the other lawyers want to join us, I sent out some messages, but everyone's doing their own thing. So if lawyers want to join us or whatever, I can use the company.
Definitely is a BS degree.
Yeah.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there.
That's all right. I have to remember there's someone else here now.
So according to X, Dr. Russell is in the house and Lucky Loughran is in the house.
Plus, I think that woman, police officer, is supposed to be there today too.
Yeah.
No, she can get through all those witnesses today.
If Bev approved her coming in.
Also, the guy with the text messages, I think, is also supposed to be back today because of that. I think he's also supposed to be in the house today. So it's like got 4 witnesses that we are in the house right now.
Is that the guy they voir dired?
Yeah, I think he's supposed to be back this morning too.
Okay.
Lucky. Yeah, Lucky's the best. He's the best witness. Although apparently the last jury found him to be a distraction. Okay. I mean, he's an eyewitness. I'm not sure how much of a distraction he is.
I was going to say a distraction. I don't see that. He was the one that didn't cave. He told the truth no matter what.
He's the greatest.
Oh, yeah. I love Lucky. Lucky was great.
I guess it's easy when you just tell the truth. It's like all the answers are just really easy.
Yeah, you don't have to remember your lies. It's funny how that works. I wonder why they would have so many people in court that are going to testify for a long time.
You have a BS in mechanical engineering. Dude on Friday was legit. Dude Thursday was right about a lot, but his approach is very alien. We don't like alien. Okay, fair enough. If you mean the prosecution's expert with the PhD, I mean, he was certainly legit as far as it goes. Although, yeah, some of it was less persuasive than other parts. His credentials were very good, but the way he's trying to convince one of the big problems was, like he himself said, that what he did with like the blue paint was not supposed to be. What was his exact phraseology? But basically, wasn't supposed to be emblematic or representative or demonstrative of what actually occurred.
Right.
So I'm like, well, why are we doing it then? Isn't the entire point? I would think the entire point is to present, well, here's, even if it's a bit of a conjecture, which, maybe it is, but it's like, okay, here's how this could work and this would make sense. but he said it wasn't supposed to be emblematic or representative or duplicative or demonstrative. It was just, I don't know even why we're doing it. And then the other thing he said, which, is fair enough, is that this collision is a very input sensitive thing, which makes sense to me. It's like, okay, depending exactly how his body weight is positioned might make a fairly material difference. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Like if both feet are planted versus 1 foot are planted, his arm is there, his arm is there. It's like, yeah, that can make a fairly material difference. I was like, I buy that this is input sensitive. And it's like, okay, also, are you aware that the car's ride height can change? How much can it change? What height was the car at the time? Don't know. Oh, okay. That's not a problem in any way. And it's still like even no one to this day has, and none of them have even begun to try to explain how, even assuming all those things, how the taillight piece shattered to create those injuries. How does that happen? Because they're not supposed to like break into 42 fragments. That's not how the taillight thing is supposed to do. It's not designed for that. It's a fairly impact, resistant piece of plastic, and it doesn't break into 43 different pieces. That's not supposed to. Yeah, so not so much.
No. And again, I'm still not sure that they have convinced me at all that there was an impact of any kind.
Yeah. So there's many problems. Imagine telling Crash Daddy about the experiment. I think they're well aware. Crash Daddy is well aware of the experiments. They got reports. They know.
They probably watched the testimony too.
Mm.
Even though last time they said they didn't.
Yeah. But I just don't think that this data has proven its case, because you need the actus reus, you need the actual action to happen, and not so much.
Nope, not feeling it at all. And the glass that they found supposedly in John's clothes, there was no glass in the taillight at all. It was all plastic.
The glass is also pretty intact, which is funny, because glass, as I'm sure you can appreciate, is more fragile than plastic. So of the two items, the taillight, plastic, versus the glass in his hand, which of them would you expect to shatter into 47 pieces when hit at 25 miles an hour? Which between the glass and the taillight being hit 25 miles an hour, which of the two would you expect to hit and then shatter into 25 or 47 different pieces? The glass is basically intact. Isn't it? I might be entirely intact, actually. I'd have to, yeah, but it's at least substantially intact. And the taillight is apparently the thing that fractured into 47 pieces. Sure, that's how that works. That makes sense. It must be really, really durable bar glass, or it might be that old school like Russian glass that doesn't really break, that no one really uses, but the Russians like way back in the day invented that glass that doesn't break. Maybe it's that.
I don't see a little like run of the mill bar having that kind of glass.
Yeah.
Just a little side street bar having those kind of glasses and just not caring if people walk out with them. I'm sorry, I'm just not feeling that. That's just not happening for me in my head.
Yeah. So no one has explained any of that to my satisfaction.
No.
Even close. And that's again, for my life, just making my life easy. It's just the state has the burden of proof. They have to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. The act occurring is one of the elements of the crime. That the collision occurred is an element of the crime. And it's like, okay, well, and that, of course, the collision then caused the death. So those are two elements of the crime. So it's like, take your pick between them. Like, yeah, you're kind of failing on these elements.
And that her taillight was so broken that it caused all those scratches on his arm. I don't see that either. Even when they towed her car, her taillight was not so broken.
And he was, like if he was wearing a sweater or anything like that, like, what it would, so many.
Yeah, he was wearing a hoodie. It would have, no. It makes no sense. Has calmed down a little bit today.
Spinny Fan is not spinning quite as. Yeah, maybe Spinny Fan has lost the will to live. Oh no, not Spinny Fan, not you too. You were the chosen one.
Speedy Fan has seen some stuff, though. I mean, Lord only knows what Speedy Fan has seen. And heard.
Apparently, there is a new motion, missing witness argument instruction for subsequent instruction. Exciting on the court docket.
Well, let's see if we can find it.
There's a missing witness, a witness unavailable.
I wonder who that is. Okay, let's see if we can find that.
Dr. Russell, MD, 35 years of practice, MD, University of Massachusetts, emergency medicine, board certified, forensic pathology, board certified, correctional care autopsy review, 29-year physician at level 1 trauma center, retired faculty member at University of Southern California School of Medicine, taught physicians and medical students for 20 years, former California Medical Board in-house medical consultant, chief medical examiner, former full-time police officer for 7 years, fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners, fellow at the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, 500 autopsies performed. She's a little qualified.
She faked it. She's really just pursuing those.
Maybe it's currently pursuing. We'll ask that question. Yeah, I'll ask that question of all the witnesses. I'll ask that question of all my witnesses. Hey, you say you have an MD. Do you actually have an MD, or are you merely currently pursuing it? They all object. I don't give a fuck. It's fine.
The only new thing I see uploaded for Karen Reed is actually against Turtle Boy. Commonwealth has a thing against Turtle Boy, an order of defendant's motion to dismiss. See exactly what it is. In the Reed, it's about the Reed case.
I'm currently pursuing my MD.
Your MD?
Sure.
Sure.
What does that mean? It means anything. What's it mean?
Hey, Sham Man can do it. Anybody can do it.
Julash says you actually now just passed the park. Congratulations. Yay. Yay. Did you got results from February, I presume? So congratulations on that.
So this is the only new thing in the Karen Reed case that I saw. I just put in Discord. It's about Turtle Boy, but it directly cites Karen Reed case.
You're refusing to pay membership dues on principle? Well, good luck with that, I guess.
You are unmuted.
You better bet your ass we're unmuted. We will not be silenced. I don't need your permission.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
So, Mr. Alessi, I was told you wanted to see me?
Yes.
Papa.
Mr. Brennan.
Okay, sure.
With regard to the lawsuit stuff you got to hold after Dr. Russell, we're not going to agree.
Dr. Russell, or Dr.
You
Russell.
You don't want to agree to vote.
Of course, they lowered the volume. I specifically heard Dr. Russell.
Your Honor, I've resolved the matter with Mr. Brennan that would have been the subject of that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I appreciate getting the redacted text messages over the weekend. Ms. Gianetti, this is yours, right? So, Mr. Brennan, I'm letting the text messages in over the Commonwealth's objection.
Wow. Why am I surprised? Why am I surprised? She's actually letting in the text messages. Wow. She made a correct ruling in favor of the defense. Holy shit.
She has to do it occasionally.
Damn. Well, okay. I guess I won't start this morning in a rage after all. That's nice.
The computer gets to
Sign that
live.
they're properly authenticated and that they do go to.
Can I turn this fan off? I'm having a
Yes,
hard
can we
time.
turn?
You having a hard time hearing that you actually lost? I understand. You didn't. You're not used to that.
So I do find that they're properly authenticated, and I find that they come in as they go to the state of mind of Trooper Proctor, specifically as that goes to
Maybe she just couldn't find a legal basis that
potentially
even she
reflecting any
make work.
bias or omissions in the police investigation. So I'll give a limiting instruction at the time they come in. I understand that what was still remaining with disagreement are in orange. So I've got rulings on those. I don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week, with just the last two numbers, not the last four. So those
Fine.
redactions will have to be made.
No one cares.
I think the first page with disagreement is on page 02537. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the first one from Bird saying something stinks, I'm going to allow that in. And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Gianetti. And the next page, and the
Why
only
are we
other one was
redacting?
02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out. All right, that's it. I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please?
Sounds fairly minimal and inconsequential, at least to those. And my ear sounds fairly inconsequential. So whatever. But she's letting in the text messages.
She's letting in some text messages. She's redacting some.
Yeah, like a little bit, but it sounds fairly minimal. There's like 2 pages where she's redacting some of it, so it's like whatever, for whatever reason.
Because it's devastating to my case.
Hmm. She incidentally didn't state a reason that she was including them or excluding them, but
Yeah, and they didn't inquire either, so maybe it's just inconsequential stuff that
it sounds fairly inconsequential. But she's letting in the text messages, so the defense now can get Proctor's messages in that way, and so that's good for them. So their need to call Proctor is diminishing. So, but even Judge Bev could not find a legal basis to exclude them.
So I uploaded that Turtle Boy thing. I'm not really sure what it is. It's something about
It has to do with other cases going on. Okay, that
No.
totally makes sense. If that totally makes sense. If the
Sure.
redactions relate to other cases,
okay.
that would totally make sense for them excluded. That makes total sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes that I understand.
So I said Proctor's been rehomed. He's a barista now.
So we're gonna spend some quality time with the text messages. That'd be fun.
Like when I tell people about this case, and I tell them what a trash fire it is, and they don't believe me. I send them the clip of Proctor reading out his text messages. I'm like, yeah, here, this shows you what a trash fire it is. And they just absolutely can't believe it.
It's pretty bad. Leaky balloon knot.
Was probably the worst thing he had to say sitting up there. You know, he just wanted to crawl underneath the chair.
That seems he has shame.
He didn't even turn red in the face, though.
Oh, JD was the person you were thinking of, or I was thinking of.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
So good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you had a nice weekend. I do have those questions I need to ask you. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left last week? Everyone said no. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Gianetti?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Jonathan Diamandis. You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
Sir, do you know former trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
10-year
And
text chain,
over
man.
those 10 years, the members of that group chat,
I mean, when they say text like it might be read in court, 10 years of text messages read in court, holy shit, dude. Holy shit, just put me away. That's okay.
It's dedication.
asking you for names, but if you could tell me, where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And with regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday.
No, he was dreading this all weekend.
Now we get to hear the text messages again.
Triple N and
Exciting.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of handling
Yes.
this? And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain on Friday, did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked triple N for identification?
Yes.
In order to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the content of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that?
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number?
Yes, or a nickname.
And actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct, yes.
So three of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see two on the first page here.
Do you see of the
Oh, third on the bottom, yes, I see three.
So you see
Yeah,
three there?
Yes, yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P,
Yes.
and Bear, B-E-A-R.
Correct.
And having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on triple N for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes.
Exhibit 209.
Thank you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. That was quick.
Could I have exhibit 209 when it's ready, please?
Yes, no further questions?
It just needs the admission for entry of them.
Oh,
So
that's surprised.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years?
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years?
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
I mean,
When
if it's
there is
10-year class
conversations
message,
in that group,
group
do
of
you
friends?
always respond to the conversation?
No.
there's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you.
Now
Did you
let's
see that
read each and
document?
every
I
one of
did.
them into
Are
the
you familiar with
record.
it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your
Chat,
friend Michael
how many
Proctor
of you
made
want your
about one of his
37,000 text
investigations?
messages read
There
into the
are.
Was it
record?
about this
You
case
feeling
here?
that?
It was.
In those inappropriate
Good.
comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection.
Why would you object to that?
May we approach, please? Sure.
Why would you object to that if you're the defense?
Why is Hank bringing it up?
Yeah, that's a good question. Why would you? It's like, yeah, I think I want that. I like that question.
So the defense is taking up for Proctor?
Oh, yeah. You want to mention he was fired because of the text messages? That's cool by me.
I'm so confused with life right now. What's going on?
Hmm.
Did he flip to give information or something? Interesting. The defense case is going to be really good.
Is it true that he's a disgrace to the force? Is it true that he's a piece of shit? Do you know where Proctor is right now? That's a good question.
He's in Bermuda. He's somewhere hiding so he doesn't get served. You know, I feel bad for John's mom, but she always wears black and white stripes every day. Like she's sending a message to Karen or something like, this is your future.
Last question and answer.
Sir, do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are an exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
Yeah, I don't know about that. How are we defining courage?
Yes.
I handed you exhibit 209.
Thank you.
Is he going to read the text? Is he going to have him read the text messages? Is that what we're doing? Okay. Why not? Sure. Doesn't him asking what's fired up in the door of the whole termination order? Good point. Yeah, fair. Assuming it wasn't opened otherwise. Fair.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page on the bottom of the page?
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes. And then it's blacked out next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
That's pretty good, man. That's a year. A year of text messages is 31,000 text messages. This is an active group, man.
Yeah.
These guys text. There are teenage girls who don't text this much, man.
Jeez.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And the time this
More
conversation
friends.
was happening,
Hello.
were you part of this immediate
Welcome to the
conversation?
party.
I was not.
Thank you.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28.
You got to put on headphones or something, or we're going to hear everything back twice.
If you have YouTube,
Do you
I'll
see
mute
that
it.
page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She
Well,
died
they
of
retract that a
cancer,
lot.
and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends a message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
If you could turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor?
Couldn't open it either.
Do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
The tail light.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page, ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's two comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him, in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him?
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the
You just
group
had it all
asks
figured
further
out.
down, what does Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
See, he didn't know that yet.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again?
Gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
And Mr. Proctor's two responses.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds. Okay, the first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
You have to narrow that down.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat, it's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
Would it mean,
Recuse themselves,
thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group?
Laughed at, Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment?
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops?
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
and that's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 3-8. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
Uh-oh.
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Oh, boy.
Was this supposed to be cross-examination?
It is cross-examination, yeah. The defense just offered just entered them and didn't ask any questions about them. For whatever reason, they didn't. They just said, "Are these messages? Are they between you? Is authentic? Great. Can I enter them? Great. No further questions." So presumably they're going to ask the questions or do something else with them at some point. But we're going. I guess we want to do it now. So fun times.
Sheesh. You're going to make him read these texts.
The time to take the sting out of these texts.
I'll do it. I'll stand there in open court. I'll do my best crier. I put on a tri-corner hat. You know. Read the messages. Yes. All serious.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time.
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them.
No,
Oh,
In
crap,
fact,
you
you would
didn't see 'em.
denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you say the words, Brennan. You say it. Let me hear it come out of your mouth. This is good. This is worth the price of admission
Brennan
right
talks
now.
like this every
Let's do
day.
this thing.
On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes,
Too early to make
57
popcorn?
seconds. And this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 38. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Say it.
He then
Say
says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Are those the words that he wrote?
Those are the words.
And there's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 3-9. These begin in January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, 0 chance she's skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes.
Is that what he said?
I say
is.
effed and then say the word.
And then one person in the group
Yeah, that's
says,
stupid.
no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes. That's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Yes.
You know the defense is going to say the word. They don't care.
Yeah, AJ loves it.
Just say it.
If you could turn to the page that ends in 4-3.
What does that word mean to you?
Yeah. Great question.
You ready?
Yes.
Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H.
Yes.
Nut bag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the
Oh,
page.
yes, yes. Beginning of the page,
So
yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, what are you guzzling on?
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, nothing, writing a warrant.
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
Is it uncivil
You were
law?
not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor,
No,
but you're still friends with him?
I am.
So he did make one comment.
In your
The comment is like,
conversations with
comment,
Mr.
subscribe.
Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No,
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he
Look at
ever
that blank
suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And
He
Mr. Proctor was
closes his
fired?
eyes when he says
He was.
no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
What about making it cut and dry?
Was that C word Say it. There's some balls.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory, one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
Oh, come on. Now you asked. You can't complain
Were you
now.
aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
He said
I was
on
not aware of
Trinity
that.
It's not made up.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
Really? You weren't aware?
I have no further questions.
Sure you weren't. You're a friend of him, but you had no idea why he was fired. Okay, sure. Let's go with that.
Yeah, it came out of the blue.
Great friend.
There have been many
Not
reasons.
aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I don't know about that.
I do not know that.
I don't know if that's fair characterization.
All right.
Roll of it.
So, sir, I am going to let you step down, and then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time the text messages came in. You can leave them right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you.
This instruction is bogus. This would never happen in a Missouri court.
No?
She just in.
All right, so I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. Before, and I think so you know this, and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the texts as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind, and more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So, all right, is there another witness this morning? Okay,
We would ask Officer Kelly Dever to join us, please.
okay.
The girl from the Sally Port. What does she have to offer us? New witness. We don't know much of anything about her. So what does Kelly have to say?
Interesting that the defense is calling her.
I was there that night. I was there. The Sally Port was compromised. I saw him with a baseball bat.
Seen him with that little hammer, little chisel.
Gotta step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand, please.
You so much for the evidence you give the court during the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Very professional looking today.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire
inquire?
Yes.
She looks so young.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Kelly Dever, last name D-E-V-E-R.
And what do you do for a living presently?
I'm a police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
She wasn't even working there.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time? When
you
I
worked
was
for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department
Yes, I was.
as a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the
Be
Massachusetts
nice.
State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That
What
was in
law
August
enforcement
of
agency could that be?
2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Wonder
Do you
which
know the
one.
exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023. Does that sound right? About right?
I know it was the summer of 2023. So,
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Oh.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that, the nature of the call, and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes,
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you know whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the name?
case, yes.
I spoke over you, I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to four, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now, I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally port, for instance?
So 2.5 years since I've...
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security
Objection.
monitors at the dispatch location?
Fair
So the
question.
objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you
Kind of feel like everyone
course.
just needs to take a deep breath, to be honest. She strikes me as a little bit nervous, a little bit on edge. AJ's perhaps a little aggressive. It's his witness. So like, there's no reason to be particularly aggressive, like right from the start. And I think a softer approach, maybe get a little bit more comfortable. Everyone just needs to take a deep breath, I think, is what my view is. What do you guys think?
I think that's right.
I agree. And no
Yeah.
cop wants to testify against other cops.
And just deep breath, bring her in. She's not unduly fighting you. She's giving straight answers. She wouldn't necessarily know exactly where the cameras are. Just, a little softer, a little kinder would be nice. All right, let's see if we can pick up a little bit.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we covered that already. Great.
Yeah.
Have you
on.
been in Sallyport at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Sallyport?
A Sallyport is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You're aware that the Sallyport garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sallyport garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
Dude, what is wrong with there would be? Dude, what is wrong with this answer? Like, just let it go. I mean, yeah, there would be. We all know there are cameras. Why are you giving the poor girl a hard time, man? Jesus
And the
Lord.
jury knows there's cameras.
Yeah.
The jury knows there's cameras. So there's no reason to beat this horse.
Yeah.
She said, yeah, practically.
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge, okay? And if you don't have them.
Wow, she is ill, though.
Not reference what you know from the media.
All right.
Snarky to the judge.
There were cameras in the Sallyport.
Thank you.
That was a rebuke to the judge.
Ms. Dever,
A little bit.
do you want to be here today?
Not really.
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I don't know how to answer that meaningfully.
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
Okay.
No clue whatsoever as you
Oh,
sit here. Why
holy Christ.
She answered the question.
That horse. Jeez.
I've been called to the stand.
No.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
Shut
No,
the
it's part of my job.
AJ.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
Oh my
What is
God.
that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it sidebar for just a
Sure.
Yeah, I'm objecting too. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
My objection is what the fuck at this point. And as a judge, I'm like, yeah, what the fuck?
She knows
Like-
why she's there, so just remind her why she's there.
Like, why are you like why are you like haranguing her about her oath? And it's unwarranted at this point. It's like it's your witness, man. Come on, man.
And she just rebuked the judge for you. So why are you
Yeah,
taking her on?
AJ doesn't know how to turn it off. That's my problem with it. He doesn't know how to turn it off. It's very effective sometimes, but it's my same problem I had with him when he was doing the cross examinations of like some of those EMT people. I was like, it is just not worth it, what you're trying to get out of them. This level of aggression is not warranted. Now, when you have someone like Buchanan, totally works. Totally works with someone like Buchanan. But it's your witness, man. Come on.
Yeah, you're not supposed to impeach your own witness.
Yeah. Do you want to be here? What kind of question is that? He's giving you the answers. What's your problem? AJ, we need to have a conversation at some point, man. We need to talk. Or we only need to give you the witnesses that are the really fighty witnesses. That's what you can do. You can do the fighty witnesses portion of the case.
And Yannetti should have taken this one.
Yeah.
I agree, actually. Of course she doesn't want to be there. I mean, you can tell she doesn't want to be there. But
JD, why don't you tell people about yourself while we have this little fan break?
Oh, well, I'm a Missouri appellate attorney. I recently retired, and I have a channel. I try to do individual testimonies, individual witnesses, and kind of look at what's going on behind the scenes and offer what experience I have and a little bit of my views as to what's going on. I think that I absolutely cannot stand this judge. This is the worst judge I've ever seen in any of these trials. She is terrible. And she has such huge bias. It's so readily apparent.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Civil appeals?
Get
or
Pardon
criminal?
me?
Civil or criminal appeals?
I've done both.
Cool.
I've done both.
That's fine.
I've actually worked for the St. Charles County prosecutor in a misdemeanor appeal once, handling the appeal for the prosecutor, which was kind of
Cool.
fun.
Nice.
But we've taken on a criminal appeal for a deputy who got sideways with, he was in a multi-county drug force, and he got sideways with one of the judges in another county, and they brought burglary charges against him. We had to get him fixed on appeal. It was a real mess. But mostly, the majority of the work that I've done has been plaintiff's work and against insurance companies. It's the only $1 million verdict I got was with an insurance company.
All right.
Because they make it easy. People hate them.
nice to meet you, JD. I just subbed to your channel.
Well, we love appellate attorneys over here because it's the way I like to think. So, all these trials are just too. These are the witnesses. There's credibility and there's like facts. Ugh. It's like I don't need any of that life. It's just give me the law, baby. Inject it in my veins.
Yeah. Well, I always tell people that it's a lot easier as an appellate attorney to argue with 3 judges for 15 minutes than it is to argue with a cranky defense attorney on the other side or prosecutor on the other side for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Or in this case, 6 weeks. Okay, so maybe he's toned it down now.
Yeah, simmer down. Simmer down.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you.
Objection badgering. At this point, I'm like, just calm down.
One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There
not being
was a camera in the Sally port. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we're talking about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area? that
A
showed the sound?
monitor. She does not want to answer.
Going to go with yes?
Okay.
My clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Say yes. Please say yes.
She does not want to answer this at all.
No.
I wonder if she's been threatened or something.
Probably.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is the least convincing yes I've ever heard in my life.
What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish.
How
in the
old
morning?
is this girl
Does that
or
sound
woman, by
about
the
right?
way? She's young.
Probably
I don't,
25.
sometime, I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark.
It reminds me, I just had a flash memory. It reminded me once I read an article in Baltimore because for some reason, I forget the circumstances, but a 17-year-old became a sworn officer. A 17-year-old woman became a sworn officer. And so like people would call the police and like, oh, this young woman is pretending to be a police officer. It's like, no, she just really is, even though she's 17. So sometimes weird things happen. What can you do?
Yep.
Out, so I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day.
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Action.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior to
let
the
me ask
first,
the question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers
Of course you were.
would be a crime?
Yes, she absolutely
So it was
was.
a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team.
Uh-huh.
Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Yeah, good times had by all. Yeah. So yeah, the FBI does that is because lying to a federal official is a big crime. So I don't know whether or not they're strictly speaking required to. I think it actually might depend on the circuit, but I think some places they actually have to mention it. That like if you like, by the way, if you lie, this is a federal offense. So I think if they tell you that, it's like it's a big clue. So yeah, basically that's what happened. She had an interview with the FBI, and they're like, "Yeah, if you lie to us, we're gonna fuck your world." And then exciting things happened after that. Good times.
False memory?
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now.
Ouch!
I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my
That doesn't mean that you
question
didn't see
is,
it.
Were you advised that it was a
People see
crime
things
to
wrong
lie
or-
to those law enforcement agents?
Oh my
Yes or
God.
no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained
lie right
as to
there.
form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying?
I'm sure they
So
did.
we had a willing
That's
conversation.
yes or no?
That is not
I
the
don't recall.
So, okay, there's your answer.
the fact that it's a willing conversation in no way, because that's usually how the FBI does things. Usually, they don't usually bring, I mean, in the grand scheme of usually, they usually just, it's usually like many police officers, it starts out as a willing conversation, right? We're just having a conversation. We're just having, yeah, it was willing. And at some point they're like, oh yeah, by the way, if you lie to us, it's a big fucking deal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've done interviews with them on false claims cases. First thing they tell the relator is lie to us and you're going to jail.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty typical.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
Okay,
wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent,
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
as a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you
Yeah,
knew
I
that
mean,
when you
strictly
spoke to
that's
these law
correct. You
enforcement
do have to have
officers,
intent to
correct?
lie. That's true.
Yes.
It has to be willing.
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you in fact saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
He can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
Ooh.
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
It was a false memory.
But you've been informed since then that didn't happen. You've been advised and told that's
Why she
impossible.
left Canton. Why she left Canton. She's in Boston now, so why?
What else were you told?
Did you indicate that you noted?
Poor girl. This is. I actually kind of feel bad for her in a way. This
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
another victim of the fuckery.
She's been twisted.
Yeah, I feel bad for her. I'm choosing to have empathy.
You and I spoke along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did
Lie.
you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't even ask.
That's a dodge.
Why do you say malicious?
That's a dodge.
I
As
had
it
a
does.
conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
Uh-huh.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to the Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial, so. And I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force, generally? at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual did you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was
I'm
not
sure.
anything that I found
Wow,
unusual,
very
given the
good.
fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officers.
She's going to go far.
All of your,
Okay.
I'm guessing all of your
The commissioner's the
class,
greatest
all of your
commissioner.
entry classes at Boston
He meets with
Police,
all the
they
entry
went up to
levels. He's
the
awesome.
commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in
Personal
this
touch for the
particular
entire
circumstance.
force.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
I changed my stance. She hasn't been threatened.
Do you
She's
know
a
any
butt
of your
kisser.
colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him,
That's
the
it.
two of us.
General counsel of the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department
That
was
doesn't
also
seem
there?
proper.
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
General
No.
counsel
When was it?
for the commissioner.
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other officer?
Ooh, don't ask that question.
Yeah,
That's
see you
improper.
outside, Bob.
Yeah, that's an improper question. You can't ask that question.
Yeah.
That is a bad question. Bad question. Did you take a lawyer with you? Brr. She's entitled to have a lawyer with you. You know better than that.
Can invite
And she
her.
absolutely should.
Yeah.
If I were her, I'd have a lawyer. You better bet your ass. I have a lawyer.
it's
Fuck that noise.
And it's not even her lawyer. It's general counsel for the police department. He's not representing her personally.
Well, I thought it was the question I understood him asking. It was, did you bring a lawyer with you? It was the question I understood him asking. Like, did you have your own lawyer?
Yeah, like a
Right,
personal
I know.
lawyer.
I'm not defending the question. I'm saying it's a stupid question.
Yeah.
Mm.
And also, incidentally, like even if the lawyer was provided to her in some sense by the police, because that isn't unheard of, it would still be her lawyer, so it still would be improper.
Yeah.
So, everyone gets a lawyer. Lawyers for everybody.
You
That's how we
a
get
lawyer.
paid.
You get a lawyer. You get a lawyer. I thought that maybe she was being threatened at first, but now I just think she's a really good butt kisser.
Yeah. She was given a lot of one-word answers, yes and no's. And you could tell that she was trying to stay within a very tight frame. It's really hard to bust these people with open-ended questions. You really need to be able to cross them.
Yeah. I want permission to treat as a hostile witness.
I think she was told exactly how to answer these questions.
Yes. I'm surprised he hasn't asked her if she's met with Brennan. She got a promotion to forget. I like that one.
If I were her lawyer, we would have many exciting conversations relating to how she was going to answer these questions. I assure you.
Mhm.
I wouldn't be doing my job otherwise.
She was ill from the moment she sat down. I mean,
Yeah, she was.
Even if the conversation was quote unquote friendly, the fact that the commissioner is paying personal attention would probably get your notice. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, that's probably something that I should take awareness of. Okay, yeah.
This is messy all the way around.
Well, but Bev is making it more messy than it would ordinarily be. She's keeping such a tight rein on the questions. Do
We
you
kind
guys
of got what we need, at least for the most part, out of her. We got that she made a statement that these people were there initially, and then she changed her story. So it's like we got kind of what we need for the foundation of a closing argument. So I'm not sure what else we're trying to extract out of this. Although now we got, the interference and the corruption, and we make that look interesting. So that's interesting.
Yeah, Bev just has her thumb on the scale so hard, and well, that's what I see anyway.
Oh yeah, no, it's really hard to come to any conclusion other than bias with Bev. It's like it's a conclusion I resisted for a long time. But when you see, like, just day after day, hearing after hearing, the way that she treats the defense versus the prosecution, it's like, yeah, there's a systemic problem here. Yeah. Like on any given day, the judge just might be pissy at you because it's your turn, but when it keeps happening over and over again, yeah.
Yeah, when it's always your turn, that's another thing.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right,
Thank
exactly.
you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had the meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
Yes or no question.
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Deaver, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's my mistake. Let's see, you want me to repeat the question so I get to
So,
that?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
Snarky.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I didn't ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
Ooh.
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
his words were, do the right thing, correct?
I don't recall.
And do the right thing is
How many
capable
other
of so
times
many
have you
exciting
testified
interpretations.
in a court of law? During the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen.
In
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
In any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
No, of course not. I know the answer. You know the answer. We all know the answer. Of course not.
Doesn't take an
That's
explanation.
not a yes or a no answer.
Well,
Yes, it is.
it actually is, Ms. Dever.
Kind of is. I mean, I'm not sure how
So
it
no,
can't be.
no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
There you go.
Wonder why.
Yeah.
all right, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. Good luck, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
Just your assistants.
Yeah,
The
just the
defense
people you sent to
team,
talk to her.
Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
I think
You were a
we've
police
established
officer.
that.
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29,
You paid attention.
2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty
You
with
remember
your
that?
memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about a year and a half after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about a year and a half later. It was the August of 2023 meeting.
When they
So
spo-
actually a year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you a year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sally Port area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port area that day?
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally Port until about an hour and a half after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
She's
When you saw
remembering
this
stuff now.
information, Did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Come on, say it. Say FBI.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you, but
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Sure.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you, have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Of course.
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense.
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury.
Yes.
Who did that?
One of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They became very aggressive, raised their voices, and the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was. You could mean it.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is, from a factual timeline, saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
That's a projection.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about looting or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help the hurt side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department Commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you
Why were you
spoke
there?
to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
Who asked you to do that?
How did that?
Who asked her to do it?
Yeah, good question.
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Interesting.
Her memory just suddenly came back. It was amazing.
It's a miracle. I want to know who looked for the phone log, because that's not something that she would ordinarily do. And this whole thing about threatening her with perjury, I mean, I think that's a legitimate tactic if you think somebody's lying, and tell them, look, if we prove you're lying, you're going to jail. Plus, you're losing your badge.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes,
You're a police officer, correct?
yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Personally, no.
Right.
Good.
Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did, yes.
That's it.
'Cause
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
no.
No.
So you lied.
Yeah.
Your job as a police officer is to be objective, isn't it?
Yes,
You're not
You weren't
supposed
sure
to
about
take
the
an
one?
adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes,
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second.
I'm being fair to my job, sir.
What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the sally port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the sally port when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
Why?
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that, so yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
Bev is not happy.
Oh,
She just proved
Since
got
when are
that
we
in.
since when are we doing a scope? Since when do we care about scope?
I can't imagine why she'd care about scope. But the thing she's upset about is he got that entire thing of her testimony in,
Mhm.
and that she saw it on the monitor, and she was saying, "Oh, I don't remember seeing any monitors." There's a real problem there in terms of what she's remembering. But it's the same thing with most of the evidence that's come in this case. It's like that test that the Judson did, where he's looking down at the taillight and moving his arm to the taillight. It's like everything is just contrived in this case. It's unbelievable. That guy would never be certified as an expert in federal court.
Federal courts actually have standards.
Yeah, they actually pretty well developed standards and lots of case law around it. And Massachusetts is just loosey-goosey. They don't have a Daubert standard. They just have a Bev standard, apparently. If it hurts the prosecution, Bev doesn't want it in.
Yeah, and then when they do apply the Doebert-Lanigan standard, they just on the one scene, she's just like, "It's true." That was great with like the dog bite. It was so conclusory. It was very frustrating with the dog behavioral expert. And you read the decision. The decision was one paragraph. It's like, yeah, he meets the standards because of, and then she just lists up the Doebert factors. I'm like, but why? She doesn't tell me like why it's true. Probably because it's not.
Right.
And then people in chat were like, well, does this mean that person X can testify? It's like, I don't know what it means because there's no logic to it. I don't know what the rule is. So I don't know what it means. Yeah. John Robert, thank you, 999. I think she needs some counsel right now. I think she might need some legal counsel. Yeah, could be.
Surprised she's not there with legal counsel if she took legal counsel to meet the commissioner.
There might be legal counsel in the room.
Somebody's saying the FBI is watching closely. Yeah, they're watching this. She couldn't remember even monitors being in the room before. Now she remembers sitting at the monitor and watching them go into the Sally port.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sally port for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of By the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that you knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
Do you remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? Do you remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
a question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dever. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name, I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Dever.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is a little
comments.
more than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so
I'll
no
ask
no
you a question.
comments, just questions, please.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth?
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony.
Changing, no, but you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
It's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes,
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Ooh. It's a little spicy, a little argumentative there.
He went there.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
no.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person, I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection,
How about indirectly?
not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
AJ knows something.
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of the trial, this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift, no.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings-on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there
Did you,
was a
did you
sequestration?
catch the clips here on Uncivil Law?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn peace officer, you don't know what sequestration means
No,
in terms of witnesses? Not
No.
watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
no, I wasn't aware.
But you did tune in
That's a lot.
to the case,
Look at her wiggle
correct?
back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
Yes,
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Here comes Brennan to gild the lily.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No,
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes,
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
yes,
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes,
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
no,
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
no,
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022, at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
there is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
I'm gonna allow it.
What?
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes,
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
What?
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me
She
ask
didn't
it a
say
different way.
threatened, she said pressured.
You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there would be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
yes,
And knowing you were going to come into court, given
Look at that blink rate.
this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you?
My pulse rate isn't that
Is that
high.
the phrase we used?
yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my
Yeah,
job.
that's
I
true.
lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on this stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay,
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes,
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If
So-
you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
Yes.
so I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating.
No, you're
you
not.
agreed. You have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sallyport, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
it's not possible I saw
If
that.
you agreed with
Objection.
me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
I'm still,
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said,
Sure you
all I'm
do.
asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I have.
Oh, she is something else. She is dirty.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You
sure
never
they were.
Friends, I thought-
Never suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No,
You never implicated.
You're friends.
them
I thought
saying
you didn't
they
know them
had
that well.
Framed anybody, did you?
Yeah.
no.
In
So
passing.
when you
Passing, as one does.
talked to those agents,
Yeah.
did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No,
Never.
no.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Yes.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Dever, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
Hope
jurors
you
will
get
take a
fired.
morning recess, 20 minutes.
Wait a minute,
please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
Exciting, fun. Well, you joined us for a spicy one this morning.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out. It
that
didn't turn out.
was-
It didn't turn out with total depression by uncivil, and turned out with a little bit more spice than perhaps we expected for other reasons. So hey, a nice little twist and turn.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't think she's a witness that they had to anticipate what she was going to do. And that has to account for why he was so brusque with her up front, because he wanted to set the standard that, look, I'm going after you.
Maybe.
And now it comes down to that, first of all, I don't know why he didn't jump up and say, hey, I want one more. She just said she was friends with people she didn't have friends with,
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
but I would hope that what he'll do is he'll make a note of that and put it in his closing, because
Oh, yeah,
all
no.
these witnesses are lying. It's unbelievable. But that witness, I don't think, helped them as much as they thought she might.
Oh my gosh. I hope she loses
No.
her job. I'm sorry. I don't usually wish that on people, but I hope she loses her job, because all she was doing was in protect me mode. And she was protecting her other fellow officers when their job is to protect us, actually. And she was in the blue wall of silence. That's all she was doing.
Yeah, that was a pretty good question too. Do you know what the blue wall of silence is?
Nice.
I
I heard of that one
thing
before.
I think most of these people who are watching the trial don't understand is that it is not the answer that matters with a question, with a witness like this.
Sometimes.
The answer doesn't
Sometimes.
matter at all. It's the question.
Yeah.
And of course, Brennan jumping up and saying, I object because that hurts my case.
Yeah.
There's that scene in A Few Good Men where Tom Cruise's co-counsel says, we object, we strenuously object. Are you trying really hard to show that this hurts our case? And that's what I think of every time I hear Brennan, honk off with his objection. Do you know why she's not allowing him to state the basis for the objections?
No, I don't know why, as a matter of practice, she's not doing that, but it's just not her style, which seems very odd to my taste, but whatever.
Well,
I mean, it's taking no speaking objections to a whole new level. That's for sure.
Yeah, but you got to have a legal basis. So I don't understand how you can rule on something if you don't know the basis of the objection. Is it relevance? Is it assumes facts not in evidence? What is foundation? What? That screws up the appellate record so badly.
Yeah, it just assumes, and then I get that what is the appellate court supposed to do, because they're not even sure what the basis was. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So she's making any appeal 10 times harder.
Right, because hypothetically it could be any basis, so any reason would do, as long as they're a basis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
It basically leaves the appellate court to sort of come to her rescue if they can.
I really hope this didn't confuse the jury, and that the jury picked up on, she said that they were in the Sally Port for an excessively long period of time, and she witnessed that. And then after she met with the commissioner, she changed her story on that. I hope they picked up what she was putting down and what the defense was trying to put down, because of the objections and Hank trying to skew everything and her unwillingness to give a proper answer. It got a little confusing. So I hope they were able to pick up on what was being said.
Yeah, I do too. Well, I have a number of things I have to get done today. I have a my 25th wedding anniversary is tomorrow, and I haven't gotten a card yet. So if I want
Aw.
to, have a nice day tomorrow, I suspect I probably ought to go take care of that. But I
Happy
really appreciate
anniversary.
being invited on.
And
It's
you're
been a
welcome to
lot of
come by tomorrow if you want. Although it's your wedding anniversary, so perhaps not. But either way,
probably not. Maybe how about Wednesday?
that'll be fine. We'll be here.
Happy
Okay.
anniversary, JD.
Oh,
Congratulations.
well, thank you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's been 25 wonderful years. I'll say that.
Oh,
Uh, you know, my wife is a math teacher, so she's absolutely not interested in this. She could care less about the trial, until we got into that engineering problem the other day, and then she wanted to do the math.
Has she figured out how the specs is, how it's possible for the Lexus to wind up in space yet? We're still working on that one over here.
No, what I'm trying to we're really having a hard time with is how you hit something fleshy and flabby like an arm
Mm-hmm.
at enough of a speed to crack or break that tail light,
Mm-hmm.
but not break the arms. That's just physiologically
Or leave
impossible.
bruising.
right.
Yeah,
Makes
or leave
sense.
bruising. And when he did that test, you could see him hit his hip too. So he would probably have had a broken hip if he'd been hit at 24 miles an hour. Plus, there would have been denting on the car. There's no dent at the area where he did that, that mock-up. And as somebody pointed out, all that is an opportunity to do some finger painting.
Finger painting is good.
Odds are he buys that Lexus for like
True
$5,000.
story that my very last class in law school was us doing basic like kindergarten painting. I don't know what my professor had some idea of like, let's finish it the same way you started. So we're going back to kindergarten. We're just doing basic painting with crowns and paints and stuff. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It made sense to somebody.
Yeah. I went to a Jesuit law school. We finished it with a mass. So
praying for your soul sounds about right.
Yeah.
Or your
definitely.
clients' souls. Please, God, protect the clients of these future lawyers.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks again, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm going to bug off right now, but again, I'd love to join you next time.
All right. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Anytime.
He's at the beach. I'm jealous.
We can all be at the beach.
True.
Having some fun in the sun. Beach party.
Oh, wow, she was something else, man. And then she accuses the defense of trying to coerce her to say a certain thing they wanted her to say. Wow. Accusing them of corruption after all of the prosecution is done? Really? Oh, that just...
Well, thanks for joining me, Mandy. It's a lot more fun having company.
Sure, no problem.
By the way, we currently have 149,243 subscribers. So crawling in on that 150,000 subscriber mark. So if you hit the subscriber button already, now would be a good time. Help us hit that next threshold of glory. That'd be fun.
Share out to all your social media.
Tell your friends.
Yep.
Retweet us on Twitter and engage with us and stuff.
Yep. Do the YouTube things. Like and share.
Instagram and TikTok and whatever.
Rumble.
Rumble.
Share it everywhere.
What's going on? Let's see. Make sure I've read all the super chats that come in so far today. Go through them. Tony P gifted 10 gift memberships. Miss Mandy gifted 5 gift memberships. Alan Parker, longtime friend of the channel, gifted 20 gift memberships. Thank you. Josh H for $5 says, doesn't Hank asking why Proctor was fired open the door for the whole termination order? Possibly. I think that would be fair game. Just Rhonda, $2 says, my gut tells me she's hiding something hostile. Bon became an uncivilian. John Roberts says, I think she needs some legal counsel. Quite possibly. Juliash 7 said, time o'clock in the Commonwealth. Jinx became an uncivilian who designed a lot of our merch. Thank you, Jinx. Dabob, $5 says, much of the Commonwealth case is torched. There's no reason for defense to allegedly threaten her. She's small beans. And the Chugi show says $1.99. I'm on the fence about this witness. Yeah, in terms of how it's playing to the jury, I mean, you wouldn't know unless you're in the room, but yeah.
I'm looking at X now to see if anybody's commenting on how the jury is reacting.
Are both of us silent, mostly because we don't have anything to say at the moment?
Apparently the jury just had faces of shock and awe. Very few people were writing.
Yeah, we can't handle the truth, something like that. Yeah.
You can't handle the truth.
I read a Supreme Court order from this weekend. I was thinking about doing a live, but I guess I just didn't get around to it. Dealing with immigration, the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to terminate a protected status that was administrative in its nature. So they granted what they called parole to illegal immigrants for 2 years as a discretionary issue. And the Trump administration terminated it, and the Supreme Court allowed the injunction that had been preventing them from doing that to go forward, which, makes sense to me because, the administration giveth and it taketh away. It's a status that was given by the executive branch. And so it can be taken away by the executive branch. Makes logical sense to me. So there was that order.
Trump pardoned the Chrisleys? Did I see
They
something
did
about
apparently. Yeah, they did pardon the Chrisleys.
that? Okay.
There was also a decision on a split 4-4 relating to First Amendment relating to state funding of religious schools. So they split 4-4, and so no decision by the Supreme Court. So or non-binding at least. So
What does that mean?
it means
where
that
does it go?
it means that the lower court decision just stands.
Okay.
It doesn't mean anything in terms of precedent.
Okay.
There's no decision from the Supreme Court, so no precedent.
What was the lower court's decision to have funding or not?
I don't remember which way the lower court went. Now that I think about it. But yeah, different states are experimenting with different things when it comes to religious schools and religious school funding, and it can get complicated depending on exactly what they're doing with charter schools or other things. I think also possibly because there was something in its own state constitution relating to it, but then it gets into whether or not there's a protected First Amendment interest, notwithstanding the state constitutional issue. So there's some complications on the legal point.
X is eating her alive.
Who, the witness?
Yeah. Understandably.
Read us some of it.
Okay. Oddly specific false memories sound like Deborah must be psychic. How convenient she happened to be confronted with the time sheet years later. let's see, this witness is being hostile and held hostage by the blue wall. Let's see, the defense is proving to the world how awful this entire investigation was, and overall attitude of the Canton PD, and how we cannot trust them. And someone just said Kelly Dever, and they intentionally spelled her name wrong. It's not fun at parties, in my opinion. And someone said Kelly Dever, do not be her friend. She has false memories. She may think that she is keeping a secret, but doesn't.
Fair. Snarky, but fair.
Yeah. The defense calls Canton police officer Kelly Dever. She demonstrates exactly why the defense should be allowed to bring in the federal investigation at trial. It couldn't be more appropriate that she is being evasive and dishonest on the stand, and it seems like the reason that it could be due to intimidation. People seem split on that, if it's intimidation or if she's just holding up the blue wall.
I'm sure no one said anything explicitly to her. The mafia doesn't communicate explicitly either. They know better than to say things outright.
No, I'm sure it was just highly insinuated.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said, oops, Kelly Dever had told the FBI back at the grand jury that she saw Higgins and Berkowitz go into the Sallyport along with Karen Reed's SUV. Oops, but then I forgot. And then someone posted pictures of how Kelly Dever used to be Kelly Diva and used to be on the Free Karen Reed boards.
Really?
Apparently. You know, someone who didn't really watch the case.
She, in my opinion, proved the case. She covered what said the Fez, then what she's told to do. Yeah, could be.
What do you think she meant by everything I say? Everything I say revolves around my job, or what was it exactly she said?
My job depends on what I say.
Yeah, my job depends on everything I say on the stand. Yeah, that's what she said. That could be interpreted so many ways.
Yeah.
What do you think she meant by that exactly? With her attitude and everything.
I think the state has not proved the essential elements of the case. That's what I think. Make my life simple.
True. That's true. They still haven't proved that he was hit by a car. They can prove each other are setting things up all they want, but if they haven't proved he was hit by a car, then
Yep.
Then it's kind of pointless.
It's kind of pointless, yeah.
So is she done?
That witness is done for the day.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for the court to come back.
I know she's glad she's done. She's on Twitter. Let's see what she posts. I heart Boston PD.
I bet you do heart them.
Oh, these posts are protected. She's got her Twitter locked down.
I would if I were her. You kidding?
Yeah.
Hey, we got someone join the stream. Tony P. Hey, what's up?
Howdy.
Hi, Tony.
Thank you for joining our foray.
Woohoo.
How goes it? What did you think about the witness?
I thought it could have been better. Jackson's timeline could have been a lot clearer. It seemed he was hopping around a lot.
Hmm.
I don't think it helped.
Fair.
Good point. Yeah, very good point. Very good point. That's why I say I hope that the jury picked up what they were trying to say. It was messy.
It was very messy.
I get what they were trying to say because I've watched so many trials, but you know, the average juror hasn't.
Did she ruin her ability to testify in the future? Nah.
No,
She'll be
she
fine.
said all the right things she needed to say to keep going.
She'll go straight to work and put on a uniform and be patrolling this afternoon.
Yep. Her job is secure with Boston.
Yeah, she's good. She's good. She'll get a little extra Christmas bonus and I'll be right with the world.
Mm-hmm.
Or the-
Extra promotion in her stocking.
Yep. Yeah. That's my opinion, which means absolutely nothing. Did the defense threaten you? I can't believe you even asked that. And then Bev allowed that. Let that be on the other foot and see if that would have been allowed.
Tell us about all the mean things the defense did. Where did the defense touch you?
But if the defense had have asked that about the Commonwealth, that wouldn't have gone over. No way.
No. I don't know that I don't feel like they really did enough with the text messages with Proctor, though. It's not quite the same as hearing it from him on the stand. I don't know. And also, like, they didn't ask about the text messages. It was all in cross where the text messages came out. So they didn't ask any text messages. So I don't know what their intention is there in terms of that.
Watching Proctor squirm as he read his words was kind of the best part.
Yeah. So what was the defense idea there? Like, they're just using it. They got the stuff entered. So were they just planning on just like reading it themselves basically in closing? Was the strategy, or were they just bringing it in for some other reason as a foundation to something else? I'm not sure what they're trying to do.
It seems it had to have been a setup for something else. I don't think they were planning on getting into it until Brennan forced them to.
Yeah.
I've read that they can't find Proctor, but I don't know if that's true. That
I don't believe that.
Some X stuff. Well, that's what I was going to say. That's some X stuff. So who knows? I'm sure that he's bagging groceries at the local Piggly Wiggly, and they can find him just fine. But
how can we be so quiet? Well, we don't really have anything to say, Julish. And also, that's the second time you've asked that question, and it's kind of rude.
I thought we were talking just fine. We're just trying not to talk over each other.
Did we hear right that Dr. Russell was in the building today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I heard. There was a couple witnesses in there today. Also, I think Lucky's back today.
I read that too.
Okay. I think if they call Lucky before lunch, they can probably get through him and then leave it on Dr. Russell's direct for the night. Which would make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I think that would be a good way to go. Let them kind of stew on Dr. Russell a little bit. Because her qualifications are just through the roof. They blow anything the Commonwealth has out of the water. She's done everything. If you didn't watch the first trial, Dr. Russell literally has done everything.
She's great. She's great. Yeah, she's like double board certified, 20 years in the emergency room. She's been an Emmy, I think, twice. Wrote a book on dog bites.
Yeah, she's pretty
qualified.
Yeah.
She wrote the book on the subject, but Brennan's going to come in and say, what are your certifications? What classes have you taken? It's like,
Yeah.
I wrote the classes, but
Yeah. So yeah, like
She used to be a
what was
paramedic.
like that expert witness in the Maya trial when they asked who was board certified. It's like, no. It's like, I wrote the standards. Are you board certified? No, I don't believe in it. It's like, don't talk to me about the magic. I was there when it was created. I was like, that guy's great, man. It's like, okay, all right then.
Somebody said, but does she have an associate's degree? She's currently pursuing.
Huey, New York, upstate for $5 says they don't prove she knew she hit him. Doesn't she get knocked out? She doesn't. They don't have to prove that she knew she hit him for the top count, and I don't think for the manslaughter either. Actually, strictly speaking, I don't think she has to. Well, then knows that she hit him. Strictly speaking, for any of the counts. Yeah, for the top count, they have to prove that she intentionally drove backwards with knowledge that essentially that was, created a substantial risk. Basically, knew that he was there. And then, that created danger. And then, of course, that he died as a result of the incident. And for the manslaughter, I'd have to double check the definition. And then for leaving the scene of the accident, I think she has to know that there was someone injured. I think she has to know that he was injured to leave the scene, but not that she hit him, strictly speaking. I'd have to, again, double read it.
yeah, part of it was that it had to be knowing in some fashion.
And isn't it that he had to be injured
Dr. Marie Russell.
enough to create imminent death, or?
Well, not necessarily. Yeah, well, that the injury, that the accident caused the death. So yeah, I mean, that it led to the death. Yeah, in a causal sense. So yeah.
Follow me, please. Then you're going to step up and face the clerk.
Dr. Russell.
Thank you.
Here she is, the
You haven't
goat.
speak to the court and jury in the case now here, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I have a seat?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right,
morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Marie Russell, Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
Are you currently pursuing it?
When were you first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
Well, I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I said
Pardon
in
my
Massachusetts.
interruption. When did you attend pre-med, and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No, still pursuing that one.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree, and which degree was it?
Well, after my mother passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what was the other part of the question?
Did you have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained the bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes.
Where did you attend medical school and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes. I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those internships and residencies?
Well, I was interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a
big city.
County.
And in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the heart of the city. It was
lots of canine units too.
Well, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area, so it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes, so after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency. And that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent a week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to
also doing some
performing
side
the
work
1 or
along the
2
way.
autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many cases were accident victims, including car accident victims and other kinds of accidents. There were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair, the eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at X-rays if there were X-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination. Then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. Other of those organizations, it's a little bit variable, membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So, again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing, studying the people who came to the emergency department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police.
She's the boss of medicine in
the
California.
doctors and some other health professionals. So
Let me help you out on that.
the role of the medical board is to protect the public health, to protect them from misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So, would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
Just so we can do it for maybe a little more for the jury, if you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
So you're looking for the easy life and you're like, let me be medical of prison?
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department. So I hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So just so
can you tell us what happened to Jeffrey Epstein? Could you
investigated
do that?
every single death that occurred at the prison during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital, well known. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So, anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So, as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role, and my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support, and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, the residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes, yep. They are medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Here it is.
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discuss dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor, generally. Puncture wounds, maybe some slight avulsions, skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds I saw, were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing, and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes, so if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the, usually extremity, by the way. And so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite, because it was just scratch marks from the teeth. But the dog would then, try a second time and third time.
Now let's go to civilian dogs, a term used for more dogs of household pets that people have. Can you describe from your experience the type of wounds from those civilian dogs that you would see, and contrast it with what you just described for a canine dog?
Generally, they were minor. So a scratch, a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments,
Probably more
I saw
police
these
dogs.
terrific, horrific wounds, many of them, I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong, because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites, because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden. I was appointed as the first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full-time.
You just can't beat this witness.
While you were a police officer, were you doing that full-time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
She's a badass.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes,
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
yes,
Did you attend academy?
yes. I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No, I
I'm sorry,
wasn't.
I'm not Boston, the Ball.
I was a Malton police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency
I forgot that
department and
detail.
other
She was the first
experience.
woman cop.
Can you approximate how
area.
many
Holy shit.
dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician
Overall,
overall?
well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites because,
Holy
would you like my
Cody.
methodology?
Oh, please.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks.
It is, yes.
So even if I only
True.
saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said five. I think at least 500.
In addition to
It's
the
probably more than
500,
that.
did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants, nurse practitioners, who themselves were treating and observing dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Yes.
And approximately, just the number, approximately how many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. You know, med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
Yep.
In terms of
Case dismissed.
other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles. And in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So, shifting again a little bit.
Yeah, nice to see somebody not
as medical
inflating
director
their
of jail
TV.
medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there?
She's a little qualified.
Similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, so
They had a voir dire for this witness in the first trial. They had a voir dire for this witness.
Yeah, very much so.
Because we needed to make sure this woman was qualified. We need to make sure all of our experts are qualified. So we actually brought this woman in for a voir dire so we could see whether or not she was qualified or not, but not the dog behaviorist expert the government wants to bring in. We didn't have a voir dire for that guy. even though he's a dog behaviorist because he's a dog trainer, he can testify about dog bites. But we had to have a voir dire for this woman because maybe she's not qualified.
Or Shannon. Let me point that out.
Or Shannon.
Well, and it limited her testimony because she couldn't even opine to how he.
That's
done
right.
it.
Also, we
It was just
did
the bite.
limit her testimony because she's just not she's not good enough. She's just not good enough.
500 autopsies. It's just not doing it.
Yeah, you know. Okay.
It's been a long time since she got that degree. I remember that being said too.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been long. Yeah. Yeah. How would she know anything?
Who were in custody.
He's on the goddamn medical board.
Some of them were also, drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were, they were arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see, interesting cases there.
I bet you would.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes, so while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job
Of course you did.
teaching a course called Legal Medicine to graduate students, master's level students in the criminalistics master's program at Cal State University.
Wow.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured.
Did you teach them about
or
solo cups?
killed. And so we dealt with things such as
She was over this. Stop right
time
there.
of death, postmortem changes, wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into, to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things, yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about
It's like
wounds
dropping
and
something.
patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So, when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide, this could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite
If she told me
mark,
that she invented the autopsy, I'd
maybe
believe her.
that area needs to be swabbed or photographed especially, and et cetera. So that's basically, it was very basic, but that's what I.
Let's now shift again
She only did
to
basic stuff.
your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I
taught Hippocrates.
given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there were typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety, puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I'd want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yeah.
Yes.
In LA, a little bit.
Many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure, really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer-review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns, and another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others' articles or books as part of a peer review process?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
To state perhaps the obvious, have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Edited the
Yes.
Bible.
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
Yes.
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
Yes.
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any
Only
court
by
in
this
the United
judge.
States?
No.
Ooh, that was a
Have you
big
ever
welter.
testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
No.
And why not?
Because it's, I mean, prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice, in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it, my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from, from variety of mechanisms, including, assaults or motor vehicle accidents again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then, of course, gunshot wounds.
Were those, the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally, and we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course very important to physicians that deal with patients that come in from the street, so to speak, from who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to, or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
Can you, and you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from a patient.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
And that's one example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
She speaks 20 languages.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, there was a language barrier and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific, you remember this person was this age, etc., but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries, so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic pathology training, I was interested in how the injury happened. That was a very important factor to me.
Why is pattern recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred, all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. An issue comes up often in court. If certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It's just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh, more?
No, more, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accident. People who are struck by cars. There are certain patterns that one expects to see when a individual is struck by a car. And we're taught, to look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's
Motor vehicle
continue with the
accidents in
topic
LA?
that you were
No.
talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy?
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead.
So let me explain just in general.
Sure.
Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you want to stand up so the
Yeah,
jury, with Your Honor's
yeah.
permission?
Yes, are you
Okay.
comfortable standing up and doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior, anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
Kind of watch does the doctor have
Relation
some sort of
does
gold
the
some sort of gold
posterior
watch
of
on?
the arm have in determining
you were
whether
gonna
or
go there.
not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes, when someone is being attacked, they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, their vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents, And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described, and you encounter wounds there, are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of
honest answer,
dog dentition, Your
Something
Honor,
tells
may
me
I
she
approach?
hasn't met Cora.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Or
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
Okay. So for ID?
For ID only, yes.
Is it 000 for identification?
it's a wanted photo of Cora.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, may I hand it to the witness? I'm handing you Dr. Russell what has been marked for identification as 000 as in orange.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell is speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
None, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go right ahead.
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Russell.
Honor.
There's no objection? What? Wait.
And
This is
will,
from the Commonwealth.
enlarge, Mr. Wolk, the, Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Wolk, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw?
Yes, I
got
can
that
read it.
right? Alrighty, so if we could then just
Glad
reduce
you
it back
can.
down so it's a little bit, so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right, is that, that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out
picture looks
anything
terrifying.
generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally
So what,
it's a
a dog
side
looks
view.
like? Holy shit.
And it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin. And it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that. Or
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt. Pardon my interruption.
Yes.
I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor. If
There's nothing on that stand, Dr. Russell?
I've got one, Your Honor. May I approach? If there's one on which.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see. May I approach, Your Honor? Thank you. Here, Dr. Russell. Hopefully
Okay.
that will work for you. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and and it's a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
And is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please. I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth, and as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Because the front teeth are in the front.
Teeth that are on this depiction that
Imagine
cause certain
Leslie's
types
doing a good job
of injuries,
destroying their
abrasions,
expert
tears,
rebuttal
punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds. And those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine?
No.
Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Well, that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on the exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but yeah, maybe in some dog breeds, because all the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
Alrighty, and so you
Oh,
think...
actually, yes. So here you can see. Go back, please. So here you can see again the canines, and it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw, the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down. Mr. Wolf, thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries on humans generally. What type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
Well, there are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be several abrasions because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And
Like on
then, of
John's arm, for
course,
example.
there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed, and I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide extent, a wide range, and can you just give one or two factors that are going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So, in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape, and so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience, peer-reviewed article experience, your whole professional experience with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences because those very serious ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got to see them. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So, in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained. Ask it.
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility from your experience where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people that with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
From your experience for people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All righty, now let's move to another category, and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of the Massachusetts. I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries.
Dog missing.
Versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe? And why? Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what do you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes. Again, I thought the question was interesting.
Objection.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Alessi's question,
Yes,
please.
yes, I did.
Go ahead. Andrew.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this
Got
case?
some full.
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So, did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see its sidebar really quickly on this.
I bet you do. Yeah, I bet she does want to see on the sidebar about this. I'm surprised there haven't been more objections, and interruptions with her whole testimony so far, even though it's mostly just been about her credentials. I love her though. She is the beast.
She is very good, and I think they're doing a lot of good work setting up a whole bunch of stuff for down the road.
Yeah, she's fantastic. And they're objecting to how she heard about the case. Why?
Well, Alessi was asking semi-leading questions, which she's been doing a really good job up until now with doing. What he uttered the forbidden phrase, "What if anything?" So
Oh,
yeah, so we might see more of that if Hank keeps doing this sort of stuff.
Moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ev looks mad. Did you see your face? Oh, jeez. Did it just freeze? No, no.
Come back.
Kurt, we need you to switch the feed.
I have no control.
I feel helpless. Okay, Kurt, you're going to have to give one of us control on the back end
He'll be back eventually.
so we can jump in and share the feed if something like this happens. Much love to you.
Yeah,
She's got a grumpy cat face. I will say that.
well, it looks like she is looking straight at Brennan, so I can't blame her.
Oh no, we lost Kurt.
Uh-oh.
Hostile takeover.
Yeah, well, I'm sure once he reboots, he'll be back.
We were planning this all day.
But at least this keeps the stream alive. So
True,
there's
true. That's true. Otherwise, the stream might have shut down.
This would probably be a good time to plug your channel.
True. Hi, I'm Miss Mandy Reacts, and I show police body cam videos and true crime things. So hop on over to my channel, Miss Mandy Reacts, and give it a sub. I stream every day, with the exception of right now during the Karen Reed case when I'm over here producing. But yeah, go over there and sub. Thank you.
Oop, sorry, I was typing on my keyboard without muting myself. I apologize to whoever's ears I just blew out.
So he's having to reboot. He just said so.
I don't know, Jinx. I think we should have probably had a second voir dire just to make sure Dr. Russell was okay.
No, I'm not totally sure she was qualified, in my humble opinion. No, I'm just kidding. So the poll was how much progress is Alessi making? I think slowly he was making a lot of progress. That's me. I can see what he was building up to. He was really building up to, she knows a lot about this. And the way she was describing defensive wounds, I never thought about that. It could have been defensive wounds.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a lot of time. When you see a dog attack or anything attack, you put up your arm to, block whatever's about to happen. I know it's been a big point of contention for a lot of like the concealed carry community for the last number of years. And the debate between carrying a pistol like strong side versus appendix.
Yeah.
So that if you are attacked by a dog, it's got your main arm that you'd be able to reach your sidearm with your offhand, or something takes your arm out. But
right. I guess I always assumed that they knocked him out and threw him out in the snow, and then the dog goes outside and finds him and tries to like see if he's okay and claws at him. That's kind of what I always pictured. I didn't think about she comes at him full force and he throws his arm up to protect himself. I just never thought about it like that, but makes perfect sense. Wow.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's my running theory has been when they got in the fight inside, dog sees violence, dog's trained for violence, dog gets in on it.
Yeah, because dog is going to protect their owner.
Yeah.
That's just normal. Like my dog is the gentlest thing in the world, but I do think he would protect me in a second.
Oh, yeah.
So. it's just crazy.
Yep.
But that is a good theory, the whole defense theory. Can I pull up the feed and share it? I don't think so, but I'm going to try.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Yeah, why not? Pretty sure I can't, but I'm gonna just give it a shot. All right, let's cross our fingers here.
Yep. Yeah, I don't see anything on my
You don't see it? Okay, I can see. I can see
wait.
it.
Is there a share screen button on the bottom of your page?
Yeah, I did share it. I can see it. But I don't think anybody else can see it.
Oh, it probably needs permission from Kurt to actually
Yeah.
pop up on. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see if I can move this over to the side.
It's very frustrating.
And just pull up this one of the live streams itself.
Yeah, I pulled up what is this? Law and Crime.
Okay. Law and Crime Network.
I might as well
We are
stop.
live. Okay, well, we are apparently on a sidebar at the moment.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I don't see anybody at the defense table. Is it just me, or does all of John's family have RBF really bad? I'm sorry to say that because I know they
Oh, yeah.
experienced a horrible loss, but gosh, they just look so angry. And I know they think that Karen Reed is this horrible, murderous killer, but they didn't at first. Like when she came into the hospital, they were telling her, "I love you," and throwing her hugs and stuff like that. And somehow they flipped. I would love to know
Okay.
how that really happened.
Yeah, so I just rewound it just a little bit to see what they were objecting to.
Okay, what were they objecting to? Objection, Your Honor. She is credible. We can't have this.
They were looking at pictures of John's arm and the damage on that.
Okay.
She's talking about how you come to the conclusion of what happened to him and making assumptions, jumping to a single conclusion, or taking the time to actually consider all options. So,
Which I'm sure with Dr. Russell, she considered all options because
Oh,
she
yeah.
is that kind of person. Like she even said, if it's domestic violence, she's going to double check. If it's, a dog attack, she's going to double check because
Yeah.
of her curious mind.
Okay, Alessi has asked her about confirmation bias and what if she knows about it. Oh no, Dr. Russell's blowing on the mic. Okay, Dr. Russell did say she engaged in differential diagnosis.
I'm listening to after sidebar.
Okay, yeah. She is actually explaining methodology that she was using, which is nice because Welcher, Burgess, nobody else who talked about these wounds explained any of their process other than saying, oh, hey, this is what I believe. Which was weird because Welcher only submitted that PowerPoint, but no actual report. No report gives us no information on how he reached any of his conclusions to any of those columns of numbers he was putting in that report. So I just don't understand it.
Have they gone to sidebar?
Not yet. I kind of picked up where we had left off.
Okay, sorry.
I'm only like a minute until the sidebar. Okay, so she took into account pictures from the hospital, pictures from the autopsy, pictures from the ME's reports, the state police reports, and then she used all that to make her conclusions. Yeah, she also took a look at the pictures of the hoodie.
What caused the sidebar? Do you know yet?
I think they're just coming back from sidebar.
Okay, well, I've got the lowdown from them coming back from sidebar.
Okay.
I get to say the thing.
Say it. Say it.
She then says that her clinical diagnosis is that the wounds came from a dog attack.
Okay.
And she points out the grouping on the right side of the arm is from teeth, and then over the left side of the arm is from scratches, and
Okay.
that it is her clinical diagnosis that it was from a dog, and there was no objection
Okay.
to
Yeah.
that.
I had just hit the objection. It looks like they were trying to elicit Chloe specifically as the dog. Because Alessia was asking about, do you know any dogs in the municipality that might have caused this?
Oh gosh,
So,
I haven't gotten to that. So,
yeah. So yeah, now I just hopped live, and yeah, they're on pictures of John on his arm.
Yeah.
And how it's consistent that these long scratches are typical when you're trying to pull away from a dog bite.
And they're going to go to lunch at 1, they said. And they're going to give them an hour today.
Okay, well, that's probable.
Said that the deep wounds that you see are actions of the victim pulling away from the dog.
Okay, yeah. I also just want to say thank you for the 500 plus people hanging with us while Kurt's trying to figure out his technical issues. We appreciate it. Stuff happens from time to time.
Yeah, live streaming is organic and real.
Okay. They're eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell that you have to look at the totality of the wounds,
right,
rather than any single one. And I'm sure that's where they're going with the Commonwealth's expert who did the quote unquote overlay
Where's Kurt?
method talking about individual bytes. All right. Well, we've got visual at least.
Hey, how's it going?
And it looks like they just went to lunch.
Oh, yeah. So my PC just completely turned off. I just went up to try to refill my water.
Your audio isn't matching up to your mouth.
Great. That's just fun. That's good news. Good. Check 1, 2.
That's better.
So yeah, the PC just completely turned off.
Okay. Well,
I thought
Streaming is dynamic.
I thought I fixed that problem because we just had the power supply. I thought we had fixed the problem. It just turned off. And I don't know why, and I don't know how to fix it, and I don't know how to prevent it from happening again. So that's a problem.
yeah, that is odd. Had you opened up anything new on your computer while we were waiting that would have caused some sort of memory drain or something?
No. I don't know how to fix it.
I wonder if it'll happen again, or if we could just chalk it up to one random happenstance.
It happened last night as well.
Oh, did
Not
it?
when I was on stream, but it happened last night.
Okay.
Same problem, and I couldn't turn on the PC right away. I couldn't turn it back on.
That sounds like an overheating issue then.
Only when I moved the PC could I. Yeah, but why it's overheating, I don't know. All the fans are running. All the fans are running.
Maybe it's hungry.
Do you have anything that gets the temperature readings from the different components? I know I've got the what is it? AMD tool on mine that gives me temp reads outs.
There's no dust in this PC case. We just rebuilt.
Oh yeah, we just cleaned it. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I mean, I literally just rebuilt the PC. I took everything out. I took the motherboard out and rebuilt the whole. There's no dust in this case. There's no dust in this case.
Yeah.
Past hitting the power button, I don't know.
Thermal paste. If it's the CPU that's overheating, maybe. I did buy some more thermal paste, so I could redo the thermal paste.
They just went to lunch.
Yeah. And you would put it up on its own little stand now, so it's got airflow underneath too, so that wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I got a little metal thing to get it off the floor, which itself is vented. And so there's plenty of airflow coming in through the bottom of the case to cool the power supply. There's a manual fan switch, so I turned that on so that's continuously running.
Doesn't sound like heating to me then.
There's no particular reason to believe the thermal paste is bad. What's a good tool to monitor like heat levels?
Tech power up. CPU, is it called? Yeah, tech power up.
GPU-Z?
Yep. That gives you, I think, every individual sensor for the most part, if I remember correctly.
Core temp is good. Is it air cooled? Yeah, it's air cooled.
Yeah, air cooled can be just fine. I mean, liquid cooling only buys you a certain buffer zone while you're heating up the liquid.
HW monitor is good too. Well, just give me one to use. Which one do we want to use? HW monitor? Is that the one we want to use?
Yeah, I've got AMD software on mine that will also read out temperatures for me.
If it's a temperature issue, I'm not 100% sure how to solve that either.
Well, it might point you to a specific component, though, that's overheating, and then that'll let you narrow it down.
I was having a decent day.
Don't let this ruin it.
Oh, this will be okay.
Right, now downloading HW monitor very slowly.
Okay, well, yeah, this was probably chewing up most of your internet.
Not really. Yeah, the fan is working on the cooler. All the fans are spinning. I don't have a side case, so I can't see it while it's closed. But when I took it off to check it, all the fans are spinning.
Yeah.
So I have no reason to believe they're not. The thermal paste was done by what's his name in Austin?
Oh, yeah, because he did the pins on your CPU too.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like I took tech GPU off of mine. I was cleaning up my C drive and putting more stuff on the D drive. Apparently,
Louis Rossman. Yeah. Louis Rossman did the CPU paste, so it's probably done correctly. Could be the network card. That'd be impossible. I don't have a network card.
That's not it then.
Might be a bad power supply. I mean, it is brand new.
Yeah. And it had done this on the old power supply too. So unless you had problems with both, that would be weird.
Yeah. Yeah, the old power supply was creating problems. It's like, oh, replace the power supply. Okay. So
It was a good place to start.
Do you have too much plugged in that corner of your house? That's happened to me before, having a computer cut off.
I don't think that's the problem. The computer is plugged into an uninterruptible power supply.
Yeah.
And so if it caused a problem because there was too much load, presumably the entire uninterruptible power supply would have had a problem, and it didn't.
Okay.
It's an 850 watt power supply from Corsair. RX 850 modular, I think it is. It's more than enough power supply for this build.
Yeah.
By some margin. Plug a light into next to my PC on the power support channel. I don't have to. I have lots of things plugged into my UPC.
Yeah.
If the UPC was a problem, my camera would have gone out. My light would have gone out. I've got several things plugged into the PC.
Your camera did go out. Your camera went out first.
Did it give a message or just slowly turn off? No, it just instantly turned off. It went completely to black instantly. It was on and then not. Black screen of death. Is it Dell? No, it's custom made.
Yeah, Jules in the chat says the jury now has an hour to sit and think about Dr. Russell's testimony saying that the wounds were caused by a dog.
It's probably not the power supply. We had the problem on the other power supplies. We changed the power supply recently to solve that problem. It's probably not the power supply.
Yeah, I think Jules has a point. I'm thinking they might stretch her entire direct testimony out over the afternoon.
She'll be on the stand the rest of the day, at least.
Yeah, in totality. But I'm just wondering what they leave.
In the error logs, I wouldn't know where to look for them. Also, probably not because it instantly turned off. So how would there be a log? Failing hard drive. It's M.2 solid state drive. And that drive is monitored by hardware, software, and there's no problem with that.
Hadn't Chloe bit before, or she had one before?
Yeah, several times. I think she was a failed police dog, and I think even in just the neighborhood had bitten someone a time or two before.
All right, so we want to look at temperatures, and temperatures look okay right now.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, they look low, actually.
Well, if you've got the PSU fan running at a constant speed, it could keep it a little cooler if it doesn't ramp down.
Motherboard is a X570 Tomahawk MSI. It's AMD Ryzen 3800X, I think. Well, I mean, all these numbers look okay to me, so I don't know what to do. I guess try to hope for the best, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's about all we can do at the moment.
Internal component with the motherboard? Could be. It's possible. The thing has been running since the CPU is damaged. Thing has been running for, I don't know, 2 years or 3 years or something. So you would think if it was going to fail, it would have failed a long time ago.
It's true.
Things go wrong. RAM sticks. Do a RAM test. Well, how do you do a RAM test?
You can Google it. There are lots of free things that'll do it.
Yeah. Your computer itself can do a very extensive memory test, but it requires you to, I think, shut down, and it checks everything when you restart it.
There are some that'll just do a RAM test.
Okay.
Real quick. I had to do one the other day.
Imagine not knowing Windows has a memory test. Well, it's been a while. I don't know everything, so give me a break. Test 86.
Yep. It's MEME. Well, words are hard. MEMTEST86.com.
Oh, this is create a USB image. I can't do this without rebooting.
Yeah, I think a lot of the memory tests require it.
Oh, does it? Oh, my bad. Didn't used to.
I mean, the PC has been the PC is 5 years old or something. I mean, memory probably is fine. I don't know what the problem could be. Nothing makes sense. It is not liquid cooled, it's air cooled.
Yeah, I think you could just chalk it up to maybe doing a memory test after this afternoon once court's over.
Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes any sense. It can't be the power supply. I mean, we just changed up the power supply and we had problems with the previous power supply. It's not the power supply. It's not the fans because the fans are running.
Yep.
It doesn't really make sense. It could be the motherboard somehow.
Yeah, Matt, I don't think it's probably the room temper humidity. Kurt's got AC, and that'll take care of both of those. You'd have to be running it pretty high to even have the internal room temperature affect anything.
Yeah.
I mean, as we're sitting here right now, temperatures on the hard drive on the M.2 is 30 degrees.
Oh yeah, that's nice and
on
cool.
On the other hard drive, 38 degrees. On the 42 degrees on the assembly. GPU is at 32 degrees. Nothing makes any sense. Nothing seems to be cutting off the power. Doesn't seem to be anything interfering with the fans. I checked the fans. All the fans are spinning. There doesn't seem to be anything interfering with any of them. XMP is enabled. You'd reboot into Dell Diagnostics. That'd be difficult since I don't have a Dell. It's a custom build.
I'm going to run an errand and get something to eat.
Okay.
Okay. Hey, if I can figure out how to get out of here, I'll leave.
Check Windows Event Viewer for critical events. Okay. How do you load Windows Event Viewer again? Event Viewer. Okay. Let's see, what am I looking for? Critical. Last hour. Kernel power. I don't know what that means. I think that's just the system turning off. Shut down and reboot. How will that solve anything? I mean, I just went off and I rebooted, obviously, when I turn it back on. Expand Windows log system. I don't know. This is going to be a pitch, isn't it? Windows Event Viewer. The only critical error is kernel power. It's overheating. It could be overheating. I don't know how to solve that problem though. If it is overheating, I don't know how to solve the problem. All the fans are running. Make the fans run faster. Is there a way to manually control the fan speed on this on the case fans?
That
The
I
power
don't
supply be
know.
dying? No, it's brand new. It's brand new. The power supply is like 2 weeks old. They're old and clogged with dust. That's not possible. When I put in the power supply, I took out the motherboard and rebuilt the entire computer. There's no dust anywhere in the system. It is dust free, man.
Yeah, dust free and more wattage than your components could possibly consume combined.
Could be a faulty power supply, but we had the same problem on the old power supply. So unless they were both faulty, that doesn't make sense. The reason we got the new power supply in the first place was to deal with this problem. When we had the problem before, it was because we were taxing the GPU. If we put any load on the GPU at all, it would fail. Warranty replacement power supply. Again, there's no reason to believe the power supply is failing.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
There's no reason to believe the power supply is the problem. I think it's a 2080 or 2090, something like that. It doesn't really matter. I don't know what to do to solve this problem. You had too much power on the 12-volt rail. It could cause the shaft protect. Had that happen with GPU and 850-watt power supply. That had bad 12-volt rail wattage. I don't believe it's 12-volt rail, though, is it? Because it's... It is a AMD Ryzen 9 3900X GPU. It is a MAG X570S Tomahawk Max Wi-Fi motherboard. There's 64 gigs of RAM. Is it recurring? It happened yesterday. So it happened twice, so that defines it as recurring.
Yeah, what's it been about 3 weeks since you changed it?
Yeah.
And up until now, it's been behaving.
It could be an issue with the motherboard. It's possible. If we have to change out the motherboard, then that means rebuilding the entire case again, which is annoying. What's new in my setup in the past 48 hours? Nothing. Nothing is new. There is an iGPU. There's a built-in GPU on the motherboard. It's one of the reasons I got it, because of the built-in GPU. Just in case. Airflow block, not as far as I can tell.
No.
Not in a way that I can do anything about. There's a lot of cables from the power supply. There's a lot more nest of cables, but there's no way for me to solve that problem. It's the hard drive. It's not possible for it to be the hard drive. It's an M.2 drive. There's nothing wrong with the drive. And also, that drive is monitored by Samsung software. It would know if there's a problem with it. I'm so wrong, Jonah. I don't fucking care what you think. Fuck off. Go find another channel to tell you what you want to fucking hear. Fuck you. Yeah, M.2 is running at 42C. Nothing wrong there.
Yeah.
Plenty. Drive health is good. Software related, there's no new software. Doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, fucking try me. Push all the connections. I checked them yesterday when it failed. I checked all the connections. They look solid to me. 3090X doesn't have iGPU. Whatever. Is my APC smart? Not to the best of my knowledge. I'm not aware of it doing any kind of self-test. Battery generation starting to fail. Unlikely. The UPC is not that old. UPC is only like a year old. That battery should last for a couple of years. It's not that old. It's not old enough. Your son had to turn off for precision overdrive in BIOS. Okay. Automatic overclocking. I don't think there's any enabling.
Yeah, I've only ever overclocked mine a little bit, but it would.
Pioneer, my UPC is APC, not CyberPower.
Okay. But yeah, I've had trouble trying to overclock mine, so I just haven't bothered. But it hasn't been an issue because I haven't maxed it out at all normally. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's a micro center in my town, so like finding good repair shops is not exactly a hard thing to find.
Yeah, I unfortunately live someplace where Micro Center is not an option.
What are the event ID numbers for the crash and event prior to crash in EVTX? I don't know. How do you look that up? How do you look up EVTX? I'll tell you.
Yeah, having a Micro Center would be too easy for instant gratification as an option.
Event viewer. Okay. Again, in event viewer, when I load it, it gives me summary of administrative events. For critical events, the only critical event listed is kernel power for source, system log. Event ID is 41. It's the only critical event. For errors, something with a Google Drive, kernel event, something defrag, event log. Is any of this information helpful to you? Window events, system events. You mean Windows logs? Window events, system events. I don't see window events. I see event viewer, custom views. I'll just share with you. You can just tell me where to look. It'll make my life easier. Here, now you can just tell me where to look. Here, let me get rid of my logo because it's kind of taking up most of the screen. All right, so there you go. Just tell me where you want me to click. I can export it. No, I'm not doing that. Click system on left. Okay. Scroll down to the time I shut down just before that. Well, when was it? It was about an hour ago, right? Give or take.
Let's see.
11:30.
Yeah, it was 49 minutes ago.
All right, so 49 minutes ago would be 43 past the hour. 11:43. See the red one? Click it. Okay. This one here. The previous shutdown at 11:51:04 a.m. was unexpected. Okay. Well, we know that. Searing using a power supply. Again, we have the same problem with the last power supply. It's probably not the power supply. We just bought it. It's brand new. Now look at the one prior. IMU fault reporting has been initialized. The leap second configure have been updated. Firmware put boot metrics. The information one, we're reading nothing but information ones. Boot type 00. Boot, last shutdown status was false. Google Drive stuff. Device driver for trusted platform module encounters non-recoverable error. That's an old problem. Go back to the yellow warning. Okay. Application specific permission settings do not grant local Activision permission. Local Activision permission. I don't know what that means. It doesn't mean anything to me. Those are apps causing issues. Well, okay. Don't see anything here, neither do I. Okay, well, I'm done chasing that. I can't deal with it. So I don't know what to do. Yeah, I have no idea what to do. So yeah, I have no idea what to do at this point. I'm perplexed. Isn't there a good utility for monitoring the fan speeds in the chassis and changing those?
That I don't know.
Use hardware monitor. Well, we can load that one too. We got it. Is the Windows partition full on your hard drive? Your kernel is on your hard drive. So is kernel error, then you need to look at that first. Don't understand what you mean. In terms of hardware monitor, I don't know if there's anything in particular you want to look at, but hardware monitor, let me know if there's anything in particular you want to see. Fan control's pretty good. All right, I'll download that. Stress the GPU. I ran Furmark after it happened yesterday, and Furmark ran successfully. So I ran a GPU stress test. I can run another one now while we're waiting. We've got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
So I'll run a GPU stress test while we're talking.
Yeah, even when you were running Furmark that first time after we put the power supply and unit in, you had it running for, what, 20, 30 minutes, and your temps were still looking decent at that point?
Yep.
Am I alone? Well, yep. Okay, well, I guess I will have to keep you guys entertained for a while Kurt gets rebooted and set back up. you know, progress, I think, maybe. So let me pull up the stream, pull up the chat. And let's see if anybody has anything useful to tell us why Furmark probably took the stream down, or at least Kurt's end of it. Yeah, I think David Hill has a point. It should give us some more information once we get back up and running. So we got the text messages in this morning with Proctor's friends. What do you guys think the odds of them actually calling Proctor are in the near future, seeing as they were able to get that done? I'm thinking it's still most likely that they're going to call Proctor, seeing as they didn't ask for any of the texts themselves, just to have it corroborated by his friend. Okay, well, it'll be a risk. I think if they do call him, I mean, it's still going to be a win in the long run. Anyone else bummed that Brennan didn't actually say the words this morning? I think we're all hoping to hear the words come out of Brennan's mouth. I wish somebody would have objected, perhaps, to not using everything for completeness, but that didn't happen. Okay, I'm not used to being on a delay, so I talk, I wait, and then I see chats. I don't stream, so this is interesting. Yeah, okay, that's a good idea, Jinx. Yeah, go ahead. Ask questions, and I will do my best to answer. Seth, I don't know that they expect Proctor to answer truthfully. I think just having him up there answering the questions will show the jury his inability to do so. I think it'll help them see right through him and probably give credence to the fact that they're saying this was a bad investigation. So no matter how he answers, they're going to win on that one. Yes, I think they do need to hear from Brian's Proctor. I don't know that they'll actually call Colin. I'm pretty sure Bev had given us a pretrial motion that Colin Albert cannot be brought in as a third-party culprit, seeing as I think she found that he wasn't there that night and he's off limits. I'm not sure if anyone that they've called as a witness yet has opened the door to saying he was involved. So I wouldn't hold my breath on waiting to see Colin Albert. Oh, Afix, I am the mod, Tony P. I hopped on to give Kurt someone to chat to. I know Rose had dropped the link to my YouTube earlier. You guys don't need to sub. I use it to share videos with some of my friends occasionally. But, hey, I'm here and the stream is still running. So I've provided some use. Um, I'm 40, Dave. But sure. Yeah. Speaking of computer stuff, though, I myself probably need to get some more RAM online. I've only got 16. And I should probably get 32. I've been maxing it out occasionally, depending on what I'm running. So. Yes, just 40. I am younger, so it'll be in. Okay, Jinx. Yeah, that is a good point. Will Brennan be rude to Dr. Russell? I'm assuming it's going to get there. Whether or not he starts that way will be interesting. I have a feeling he's going to attack her credentials in some way, shape, or form. And mostly it's going to be incredulity. That it's just going to be gaslight, smoke and mirrors. I don't think he's going to have much of an ability to actually attack any of the content of her testimony. It's definitely going to have to be something else. I'm sure he's going to probably do his best to preface a lot of stuff to try and keep his rebuttal witnesses viable. Because if he doesn't do that, he's basically giving Dr. Russell the ability to dictate what is going to be brought through the case in the jury's eyes. Hard to say beyond that, but yeah, it's definitely just going to be a bunch of smoke and mirrors as he tries to get past all of the damning stuff that Dr. Russell is going to be saying. Yep. Yeah. Rose. Yeah. And Jinx. Yeah. It's probably going to be Timu Allen Jackson. He's not going to be able to pull it off. Brennan is not capable of anything other than just whining. Even when he tries to be a hard ass, it's not happening. Yep. Happy birthday, Karen, even though it's been a few days. I have nothing to celebrate it with other than the last remainers of my half cup of Diet Coke here. I hope I'm still being entertaining at least a little bit. A little bit. We've still got over 400 people here, so not too bad. Let me pull the chat back up. So I've got you in a separate window. All right. This morning's officer, what was it, Bevers? Oh, Dever. Sorry. I don't want to pull an Alan Jackson and get her name wrong. It was, yeah, Kelly Dever. I'm sorry, Chad. It was an interesting move to bring her in for sure. Was it worth it is the big question. It was definitely very hostile. And we can only imagine what was said that we don't have. I'm sure Jackson has the receipts from their call. Probably no way to actually get it into evidence, though, here in the trial. She definitely knows something, and for sure is getting behind the blue wall of silence. She's not getting called up to her supervisor's office just for a hurrah. She was definitely brought up there to say, stick with the party line. It sounded like, I think it was the union's legal representation was up there with them. It's all a wink and a nod. Yeah, sure. She wasn't told to lie. She wasn't told what to say. But it doesn't have to be explicit. We all know this. It's a giant steaming pile. She wouldn't even own her statements that she told the FBI. She's using the very convenient excuse that she doesn't know what is her own memories and what's been planted by the FBI, what's been planted by the media. It was only 2.5 years ago. She is a cop, and for a living, her ability to remember details, even things that happened years ago, is kind of essential. So when she says it's impossible to remember a night like that, we know it's lies, at least. Whether or not she means to do it or not, I'll leave that up to you. As for me, she definitely was not being truthful. I think the jury probably saw it. Brennan's attempt to rehab her didn't work. But it is interesting to see that FBI actually got dropped. So hopefully the jury this time will be able to put 2 and 2 together about the other investigation, other agencies, and be able to insert that in their own brain. See, what else do we have? I think the jury may have gotten the gist there, Jinx, of what came in Proctor's text messages, but I do think the defense will probably call somebody else to hit that point more thoroughly. I think it was probably a decent job just getting that tidbit out there. I don't know if they wanted to do it yet because we saw Brennan bring up the text specifically, so they had to address them. But I really think they're waiting for something else to come up before they really hammer on the point of Proctor saying that, the homeowner's not going to catch any shit. We already know what's going on. Remember that these texts happened before any of this was public facing in any way, shape, or form. So we heard the witness say he wasn't sure what was public, what wasn't. Remember, everything Proctor was telling his buddies was not public information yet. So as far as the FBI goes, while the witness may have mentioned it, I'm pretty sure there are orders precluding the lawyers from actually mentioning the FBI, no matter who opens the door. So don't be expecting a bunch of FBI questions coming of any more of the witnesses. It's going to remain the other investigation, the other law enforcement agency. We're not going to get anything too juicy. Ask if we're going to be covering the Diddy trial. We might get some information from it here and there. It's not being broadcast, as we know, so I don't think there's anything that we're going to be covering in any specificity. Yeah, specificity. Thank you. Sorry. Dave's asking that the texts are in. They can be used anytime. I'm certain they can be used if any of the witnesses have ties to them, and I'm sure they can reference information that was in there, but it was not given for the truth of the matter, only going to the motivation of Proctor, so it's really hard to say what Bev will and will not allow as far as that goes. Yeah, Seth, I don't know that she probably would have stricken the answers if Brendan had asked for it, but I think they were all trying to be cheeky in not drawing attention to it, and that was the best they could do. The FBI got prohibited, Louis, because it was too prejudicial to say that the FBI was investigating it, so they have agreed across the board to call it the other investigation, other agencies, other officers, as far as that goes. Let's see, what else do we have? All right. Who would I think to end with? I'm trying to remember all of who was called last trial. I'm thinking ending with one of the ARCA guys is probably going to be their best bet. They will have picked apart the investigation through their witnesses. They will have brought up, I'm sure, maybe Higgins or some of the Alberts. They'll get through the night of information. I'm sure they will circle back to the dining room table session where they got all of their stories straight, and then they'll bring it back as a mirror to the prosecution's case. And as they ended with their expert, ARCA will finish up the defense's portion of things, clearly showing that this was no car accident. Welcher made up a bunch of BS. Burgess made up a bunch of BS. We already know Whiffen and his data was particularly tainted, not well put together. I'm hoping by now the jury is starting to see the difference on the two sides and their witnesses, how they presented themselves, how they're willing to answer questions. Most of the witnesses brought for the defense so far have been clear, concise, able to explain their methodology, able to explain their conclusions to a degree that we did not see for the prosecution's case. Everybody was dodging questions. Everybody was trying to answer questions that were not asked, qualify answers. It's been a pretty stark contrast, and I think the jury will see it. I know all of you have seen it. So we'll see. What else do we have? Oh, we got Kurt back. For now.
I learned nothing. I learned nothing.
Well, if we can't test it like this, then, you know, how are we going to test it?
Yeah, it's been running for 1:52 now, so I got that going for me because I started this shit show before I joined the stream. So I double checked all the connections. I just took them. I literally took all the connections out and I just pushed them back in again, including the motherboard connections, because why the fuck not? So I just pushed them out, put it back in again. And then also, as long as I was in there, I got some zip ties to put the cabling together a little bit because it was a little sprawly. So I
Okay, that's a good
got
call.
a couple zip ties together to make the cabling a little less sprawly. And I think it's possible, like one of the because the GPU has 3 fans. I think
Yep.
it's possible that one of the fans had been entangled. So
Oh, okay.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm hoping
That'll do it.
I'm hoping that's the issue. That's what I'm going with right now.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that before. Then you'll get a heat spike in one area of the board, because I don't know if whatever monitor you were using gives you each individual sensor on GPU or not, or if it was just an overall temperature.
So running for 3 minutes straight at 93 FPS at what resolution are we even doing this at? I don't even know. Some resolution. It's a lot. I don't know if it says anywhere what resolution we're doing this at. Yeah, we're doing oh, there it is. 2560 by 1600.
Okay.
We are running 94 frames a second with the GPU temperature at 87, GPU hotspot 99, GPU usage at 97%, VRAM 90. It's running pretty smooth right now.
Well, that's good, and we're still here, which is also good.
Excellent. Excellent. So uncivil law is not going to jump off the balcony today. Excellent.
Yeah, I always hated diagnosing intermittent problems when I was working on furnaces.
Yeah.
It's nice when stuff breaks and gives you an answer instead of having to.
It's an
play the game.
RTX 3070 Ti, in case anyone cared.
Okay.
So there you go. Okay, monitor temps. Well, actually, I don't have to. It's around screen, although you might not be able to see it. GPU temp is at 90. GPU hotspot is 102. So the GPU is doing whatever it's doing. It's happy. There are 2 big case fans in the front and 1 case fan in the back. Yeah. So it's running. All right, cool. Well, let's hope that works and stays on stream. So I'll just leave that running while we're streaming. This is fine. I'll just leave it running in the background, and we'll see how that works out. Just keep it running the entire time. No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. It's great.
Well, Fuzzy Donut is better at least than the hold screen for the stream. So there's that.
GPU 90 is not happy. Well, the GPU is running at 98% and has been for 5 minutes flat.
Yeah, and
the GPU,
90 for balls out is not bad.
The GPU is going to be a little unhappy. Yeah, 92 for 97% utility for 5 minutes straight. It's not bad. Yeah, it might be the black hole. This is the thing that was at Canton that no one saw. This is an artist's rendition of the black hole that was there the entire time.
Yeah.
It hasn't crashed immediately. So yay. And max, I should be in the 70C range, really? Well, I don't know what to tell you about that. I don't know what to tell you about that. So
I mean, it was running cool when we were just streaming and stuff. So
you think a GPU running max should be 70C max? That seems a little low.
Well, that's ideal, but.
'90 is high for the GPU sustain. Well, if you have any ideas on how to fix that, let me know. But what GPU is it? It's a NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3070 Ti. Not that you can see it, but it's in the banner. It's there. I believe it is actually NVIDIA. I believe it's actually an NVIDIA branded NVIDIA. I think it actually is NVIDIA.
Is Spinny Fan back? I am not sure.
Spinny Fan is back, yeah.
Is it? Okay. Well, then lunch is probably close to over.
All right, we'll probably close the GPU test for now.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, certainly zip tying your lines together is good for just keeping everything.
It was a little, the many cables were a little sprawly. So it's like, as long as I'm in there anyway, get a couple zip ties and make them happier.
And if it was one of the plugs just being loose or wiggly to itself, having them all tied together will at least stiffen them up so they're not wiggling.
It's like the rug.
Ties the room together.
Yeah. You can't be running at 90C. My computer apparently disagrees with you, Red Hat. In fact, apparently I can be running at 90C. It is in fact running at 90C. You are incorrect, sir. Facts not in evidence.
I see all these custom case builds online with people doing liquid cooled everything for their GPUs and everything. Like somebody out there has to take the time to eventually just put the intake radiator and hook it to an actual just refrigeration system.
Oh, I'm sure it's been done. People have done all kinds of things. The really good one is when you get like, what is the deionized water? So you can just put the entire computer into water. It's like, yeah, that just saves time.
No, the fans aren't clogged. Everything has been completely cleaned when Kurt redid the computer a couple weeks ago.
I rebuilt this entire PC from the ground up like 3 weeks ago because we were having similar problems when you put the GPU under any load at all for any length of time at all. So people are like, oh, it might be the GPU. I'm like, okay, fine. So we got a Corsair 850 modular RM 850 modular, which is more than enough. And of course, when we did that, well, not necessarily, of course, but I did. I literally took everything else. I was like, as long as I'm in there, I'm going to change the motherboard stands because the case actually comes with pre-built stands, but they were black. So like, because the case comes with the stands in there, I'm like, you know what I really want in my life? I want brass stands. So I was like, yeah. So that's like, yeah. So I actually took the time to take out the stands that were built into the case and put in the brass stands just so I could be one of the cool kids. And yeah, so we took the entire computer apart and put it back together on stream. It took like 4 hours. It was painful.
It was a while. Well, some of it was not wanting to cooperate very well.
So long story short, there is no dust anywhere in the PC. It is dust free. That was a very long story for the computer has no dust.
Yeah. I've got a 4-foot by 4-foot sheet of copper in the shop that I think would be fun to build a case out of by hand next time I do a computer. Break out the oxyacetylene torch and braze it all together.
Now that I'm not throttling the GPU, Red Hat will be happy to know that the GPU temperature is now back down to 39 degrees, now that the test is no longer running. So you can stop panicking. The GPU temperature has dropped to 39, so it's okay. It's fine.
Let's see. Well, that's better than mine. Mine's running at like 58 right now, but that's fine.
It's a 3070 Ti.
Yeah, mine's a Radeon RX 5700 XT.
All right, Red Hat, we're not going to talk about the 90-degree right now, okay? Let it go. I appreciate that you're panicking, but you can panic to yourself silently. So feel free to get yourself a pillow and scream into it or something. But we're letting that topic go right now. We're moving on. Moving on to other things.
Court audio. All right, brace yourselves, people.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Now I'm going to do what I tried to do in the first place, which is get up and actually get some water. That's the whole reason I got up in the first place.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then my
Good afternoon and welcome back, Dr. Russell.
Let's taste fate. Good luck, Tony.
Your Honor, if we could please publish Exhibit 1 in evidence.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk? Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 1 from your review of the documents in this case?
Yes.
And what is it that Exhibit 1 represents?
It's a picture of the forearm of the decedent.
And we left off at lunch, and I'm not going to cover too much old ground, just to reorient ourselves back to where we were. You were discussing the basis of your opinion and conclusion that you said that these wounds were caused by, why don't you restate, well, let's continue on in the basis of your opinion. Let's just continue on. Can you go through what is in Exhibit 1 and describe how it is that you came to your opinion?
Well, I observed multiple patterns of striations or linear abrasions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so soon. Do you have the pointer in case you want to use that available?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's one. Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist, and here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
Those look like Chloe
I
bites to
believe
me.
that these wounds were initiated closer to the anterior surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Now, if we could just go back briefly, I want you to do a comparison. If we could go back, Your Honor, please, back to Exhibit 157 that we had up earlier.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 167. As between 167 and 1, which one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
The previous one.
All right, so let's go back to the previous one. So that one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located on January 29 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so January 29, 2022, if we can go back to Exhibit 157, or 67, excuse me, 167, can you tell when this picture was taken from the depiction?
Well, it says January 31st.
Okay, so And is that the basis for you saying that the Exhibit 1 was closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Yes.
All right, so I want to do another comparison, have you do another comparison of the two. If you can look at what is depicted in Exhibit 167, and now go back to 1 and see if you see any differences at all as to what's depicted. Do you see any differences with regard to the wounds on the arm, or the arm just in general? Let's go back to, see that now, let's go back to 167.
Well, the coloration of the photograph is slightly different.
And what do you mean the coloration?
Well, the skin tones here are more yellow than they are in the previous photograph.
And I'm sorry, do you have a conclusion as to why there is a difference in skin tone in this exhibit compared to Exhibit 1?
Lighting?
Well, it could just be technique, lighting technique. I do see some lividity on the chest, postmortem lividity, and that's what that means is pooling of the blood, which happens after death.
Can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. So, blood follows the laws of gravity, and the blood will settle to the dependent parts of the body. In this case, the body, the body of Mr. O'Keefe is horizontal, and so the blood is going to settle from the top of the chest, which would probably be up here somewhere, down towards the
liquid,
towards the back.
Liquid goes to the lowest part, like a liquid does.
Well, I mean,
how liquids work.
He was being thawed out because, I mean, I suppose he was only 80 degrees when they found him, wasn't he? So
Yeah.
technically he wouldn't have frozen yet.
I think that's right. He was like 81 degrees. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I don't know why this thought popped in my head when she's talked about liquid going to lowest point, but I was watching, I think, like a TikTok or something like this. This guy, this husband, apparently was mounting like a TV or something, and the wife, and he had a level. It's like it doesn't look straight, and it's like it's straight, because I'm using a level, and it's like, well, maybe it's not. It's like the bubble's exactly in the middle, so it's straight. And the wife said, well, maybe the bubble's in the wrong place. Maybe the bubble's broken. It's like,
Yeah, that's what it is. The bubble's
no.
broken.
Maybe the bubble's broken. Yeah, that's definitely a
Yeah,
problem.
my prior house was built in like 1882.
Yeah.
So I was hanging one of those roller like barn door things.
Yep.
Which has to be level or it's not going to do it.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. I think the 8-foot track to the ceiling was 3/4 of an inch off from left to right, height wise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that will make a huge difference. That will make a huge difference. Oh
Yeah.
man.
So yeah.
My grandfather and his father built their house, and my dad had, I don't know if he still has it, but he had the plumb bob, they use it, which was Craftsman, which is just funny to me. It's a Craftsman plumb bob. It is a weight on a string.
Yep.
Because that's what a plumb bob is, but it's marked Craftsman.
No
And we
kidding.
guarantee it's quality. It's a weight on a string, man. Not always that can go wrong.
It's just like it dangles, like a window.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's a weight on a string, so it tells you a perfect vertical line.
Yeah.
That's all it's meant to do. It's the opposite. A level shows you horizontal. A plumb bob shows you vertical because it's just a weight on a string. It shows you perfect vertical.
My dad was a mechanic, and I don't even know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, a level and a plumb bob, man. That's all you need to build a house. No problem.
Jeez.
Yeah. No, plumb bobs are useful when you're building decks. You can build the frame and then see exactly where you need to drop the post.
See, I can talk to you about building engines, but building stuff like that, nope, I'm out.
Which would be the inferior portion of the chest in that position. And likewise, it would happen on the extremities too.
So you just mentioned the extremities. Do you see any lividity on the extremity here, the right arm?
Actually, there is discoloration over here in the elbow area. I do see some okay. So there's several areas of lividity on the arm. I'm sorry. There's some right here. This redness right here on the near the wrist. I believe that that's postmortem lividity. I believe that this redness in here near the elbow is also postmortem lividity, and yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay.
That's postmortem lividity.
And again, lividity is that, you said something that sets in after time, after death?
Yes, it's the pooling of blood.
Is there, with regard to this depiction, do you see any bruising with regard to that elbow?
You know, I think that initially, earlier this morning, with the lighting, I may have said that this was bruising, but now as I think about it, and I see all this other lividity here, lividity over here, I believe that's postmortem lividity.
And if we could go back to Exhibit 1, and you said this is the one that's closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located, do you see any lividity or bruising with regard to that photo?
I don't see any definite bruising. I do see some discoloration up here near the shoulder. I'm not sure if that's postmortem lividity or not. It could be early postmortem lividity.
Okay. So if we could, thank you, Mr. Woe, can we take that depiction down for the moment?
What is all the noise?
What I'd like to do is to, and we'll come back to that. If we could have the lights back on, please. Thank you. Have you had experience prior to this case in performing your pattern recognition methodology skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans? In other words, have you seen dog-inflicted wounds that have a pattern on humans?
I've seen dog wounds that have had a pattern. I didn't need to do it, utilize that skill, because I also had other information about the case. You know, for instance, police officer or the victim himself said, you know, I was attacked by a dog.
Right. And for those that can you give an example, like in the ER, just as to how you would come to have that knowledge, or otherwise? How would you generally come to have the knowledge as to a potential source of the wound?
Oftentimes it's the victim that tells me, or in the case of the law enforcement dog bites, I had both victim and police officers tell me that the police dog, inflicted these wounds.
And so and how many times generally in your career, we discussed it this morning, how many times generally did someone present with dog-inflicted wounds and you were told that these wounds were from a dog? Roughly how many in your career?
Well, all of the law enforcement dog bites, so that would be 40 to 60 or so of those, plus most of the non-law enforcement dog bites, the patients or the mother have said, this, a dog bit me, or a dog bit my son.
And for those where someone said something, the dog bit my son, were the wounds that you saw similar to or different from the wounds that are depicted in Exhibit 1 that we've had up on the screen?
On the civilian dog bites, there's some similarities, but not as many striations on the civilian dog bites.
And are the more striations on what's depicted in Exhibit 1, does that lead you to more easily conclude it's from a dog bite, or is it harder for you to conclude it's from a dog bite?
Neither.
Right. So is your prior experience as an emergency room physician as a physician in Cochrane, does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition, did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Lowly? I've never sure heard that before.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
Objection? You object to that?
Come on a scale of 1 to 10.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the
Okay.
question.
Are you familiar with the term, medical term, pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of pathognomonic?
Pathognomonic in medicine
I'm not familiar.
means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Yes. Sustained.
What was wrong with that
How
question?
do you evaluate these
Sorry?
wounds
What was wrong with
in
that
terms of
question?
what you called their
It's a little
characteristics?
leading.
Okay.
I characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
Can they object to that? Yeah, there we go.
I'm going to strike the last word.
The word attack?
Yeah.
Too much? A
In
dog
terms
friendly
of
interaction? little dog love tap?
Characteristics that
Oh,
you have talked about. Are there any other aspects of dog dentition that you can discern from Exhibit 1?
I don't understand the question.
You mentioned earlier when we had the dog dentition exhibit up, you mentioned an arch. Is there any aspect of Exhibit 1 that concerns an arch?
Yes. There is, in my opinion, an arch-like structure right here towards the lower part of the forearm, towards the wrist, suggesting that this here is made from the very front teeth of the dog. Now, when one looks at these injuries or wounds, one has to remember that, number one, this is not a mannequin. This is a person whose skin is somewhat elastic, whose skin will slide over the underlying bones, and so therefore some of the wounds may have been created by the exact same teeth, for instance, but look differently, depending on the part of the anatomy, the elasticity of the skin, also depending on things like if there was clothing or something in between the teeth and the skin. So one has to consider the end. Also, there may be motion motion effects. The living victim could have been pulling away from the dog. The dog could have been, pulling or jumping and only catching a glimpse, a little slight bit of the skin with his teeth. So there's a lot of movement and things that one has to consider when an injury is inflicted on a body.
Objection, move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
You upset that the questions and the answers are devastating for your case? Is that the problem?
Okay, so why are they striking that?
I don't know what the problem is. I mean, some of it's a little leading, but I don't know why the answer is particularly difficult. I don't know what the problem is relating to the answer.
It's an expert's opinion. That's what they're there to do, is render opinions.
Because biased. That's why, because biased. I love the people outside the courtroom that showed the Karen Reed love. He's Spinny Fan, always reliable, always on time.
Spinny Fan knows what's up.
Spinny Fan has seen some stuff. That's what happened to Spinny Fan's bulb. That's why we have ever reliable smoke detector in the corner. That's Spinny Fan's service animal. Smoke detector. This is emotional support animal.
Mike W. is asking if Bev strikes are grounds for appeal.
Yeah, I mean the underlying evidentiary ruling is subject to appeal because, like, basically the issue is whether or not the objection sustained or overruled.
Yeah, and I think it helps them going to sidebar to at least get some of the reasoning on paper instead of the non-speaking objections that we've been hearing.
But you'd be hard pressed to overturn a case because of like a ruling like that from the bench on a sustained or because there's just like so many of them that like, it'd have to be like just truly amazing to win on that kind of issue.
Someone said side bark. That's really funny. Gosh, I'm living for side bark. Who's that? I gotta find it. MD DeLorean.
I like the red laptop with the HP laptop though. That is very cool. I want that red laptop in my life.
Oh my
Everyone's
gosh.
got these gray sad laptops and one reporter's with a red bold ass laptop. That's kick ass.
Oh yeah.
She's like, I don't care what you think about me.
I don't know if that's a skin or what, but it's badass. I'm in.
Doesn't look like a skin at all.
It looks like the HP is red too. So if we're going to be like a vinyl applique, you'd think that would have remained.
I changed the back
silver.
of my iPhone to be orange. I put a little vinyl applique to make it orange. So, yeah.
Yeah, I got the yellow iPhone the last time I got a phone, but then of course, I mean, you can only see that portion is yellow, and then I put a black case over the rest of it, so it really makes absolutely no difference.
That's why I got a clear case, right? So it's got orange glory.
No.
I'll tell you what, since I got the mag,
unlock your iPhone says.
shut up. Since I got the MagSafe case, though, it has improved my life.
Yeah. No, I've been rocking the OtterBox Defender series for many years. I have put my phones through hell, crawling through people's crawl spaces and basements and dropping my phone on concrete from ladders, the whole 9 yards. Never a scratch, never a chip, never a broken screen. So if OtterBox wants to
remove those when you
sponsor,
turn them in, assholes. Well, Neo Dark Matter, it sounds like you need some goo gone or something to deal with the stickers, so I'm sure you'll make it work.
But yeah, if Otterbox wants to sponsor the stream, just send Kurt an email at kurt@uncivillawllc.com.
Although this is spec, not Otterbox.
I've got Otterbox, so, you know.
I got Otterbox Bling. It cost more, but I didn't care.
Okay.
Because the bling is always worth it. The bling is always worth it.
But yeah, when I finally got, I didn't get the MagSafe for until a long time, and when I finally got it, and then I got like a MagSafe mount for my phone in my car. It's like it's made my life so much better. It's like it just goes there and it sits there. It's like, oh, this is so much better than what I had
I've been
before.
using the pop socket.
Oh, I hate those things. I hate those things.
My prior pop socket had died and I needed a new case. So I'd gotten the one with a built-in pop socket, which is,
yeah,
I don't know that was the best call, as opposed to just slapping a new pop socket on the outside.
I got a new game we can play with chat. We can do a new poll. How long can Uncivil run Furmark at 100% until his computer crashes? How long can he run that GPU at 90C until the thing melts? Anyone want to put in some numbers into chat? Let's see what we got.
Sure, I got it. Here we go.
Let's see.
Here. Are you creating it? If you are,
No, go ahead. I just took the other one down,
okay,
figuring you were making a new one.
What was the question? How long can Uncivil?
How long can I run it? How long can I run a GPU
There
at
you are.
90C until the
Thank
thing
you.
melts?
Yeah.
If we could put the Exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please, Mr. Wolf. Dr. Russell, is what's depicted on the screen one dog bite or more than one dog bite?
90?
Ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
How many dog bites are depicted on
Dr.
screen?
Russell, can you determine from this depiction, how do you evaluate this depiction with regard to dog bites?
Well, I see several groupings of wounds. Here's one grouping up near the shoulder. Here's another distinct grouping near the elbow, but above the elbow. Here is a third grouping around the back of the elbow and the upper forearm. Here's some additional marks. I think they're separate, but I don't know exactly if they are separate dog bites or scratches. And then there's another grouping around the posterior forearm near the wrist. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 different types of either bites or combination bite and claw marks.
You mentioned claw marks. Is there any evidence of claw marks in this exhibit?
It's hard to say exactly what what these marks are. This one here, and even to a certain extent, this one here has some characteristics of both claw marks and bites. So,
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch. We can
Are they from
leave that up
Alexis?
for
No, Brandon's
just
going
a
to be
moment.
using that one on
We're going to
cross.
come right back to it.
You don't know if it was a bite. You don't
Dr.
know if it was a
Russell,
scratch.
earlier
You don't know
on,
anything.
you used the phrase
Could have been an undercarriage.
incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
Something like that, yes.
What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
But that's okay. Incomplete bite, I
Okay. Do
might
you
consider.
see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Because in my opinion, they don't penetrate the skin, which I would consider more of a bite or more of a complete bite. So they're just
Legal bites?
scratches on the surface of the skin.
Bits or
When you
bites?
say they don't penetrate the skin.
Legal bits.
We see the marks that are on
You
there.
see any
What do you
bits?
mean that they don't penetrate?
Yeah, that's good.
the
Can we
skin?
call it a dog bit?
They don't penetrate the full
Because it's not
thickness of the
complete.
skin.
It's not a complete bite. Therefore, it's a bit.
And extend
Yeah.
into the soft tissue underneath.
And what, in terms of incompleteness that you just described, have you observed incomplete dog bites in your career?
Many.
Roughly how many incomplete
Roughly.
dog bites have you observed and treated?
Were
in
they
your
good
career?
dogs?
Did they get treats?
Over 100.
In our incomplete bites, the majority of bites from civilian dogs, or are they a minority of the bites from civilian dogs?
I believe they're the majority of the bites of civilian dogs.
Yep. How many are wild dogs? That's the
Did
real
you
question. I'm worried
determine
about.
whether these wounds occurred at the same time?
I believe they did.
Why do you come to the conclusion that they occurred at the same time?
Because of the wound characteristics, the coloration of the wounds, the tissue reaction to the wounds. So they all timing are at the same time, around the same time.
Did you determine whether these wounds were sustained by Mr. O'Keefe before or after he died?
Before he died.
How do you reach the conclusion that these wounds were suffered by Mr. O'Keefe before he died?
Because they have what we call a vital reaction. So there is an ever so slight vital reaction or inflammation around the edges of the wounds. And so that determines that, that supports the fact that they were inflicted during life.
Yeah, one would think.
Dr. Russell, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's right arm personally?
No.
Is it generally accepted in the practice of medicine, particularly emergency or pathology, to observe and determine the source of a wound from a photograph after death?
It is generally accepted.
And have you, in your career, used photographs to determine wounds and patterns of wounds?
Yes.
Yeah.
And is that an accepted practice?
Yes.
You know, I'm glad they got that out of the way
And
because
it
no
is
defense
a
was going to go
generally
there.
accepted practice.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Gotta get this stuff. out of the way.
Now, in conducting your, we're going to switch a little bit now to what you call the differential diagnosis. In conducting your differential diagnosis with regard to motor vehicle accidents, describe for the jury how you performed that differential diagnosis with regard to the decedent. And we can leave that up for just a moment. Go ahead, Dr. Russell.
Objection.
They haven't said anything.
I'm going to need to see you. Sorry.
Sidebar.
I'm objecting to the fact that she looks so credible, Your Honor.
Brennan, she's just really good. I'm sorry.
Hank is so exhausting. I mean, like he literally like drains the energy out of my body.
Yeah, he has that effect on people.
But it's just probably one of his strategies here. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. Get the jury unhappy with having to deal with these terrible, terrible questions.
Mission accomplished. Gosh.
It's good to break up the flow, but it can be counterproductive because it also brings attention to what you're doing, and juries don't like that too. So, but maybe it does it so much that it just like becomes noise. Maybe that's what we're doing.
Somebody said Brendan better not be mean to Dr. Meemaw. Diabolical tutor. That was hilarious. Dr.
But at
Meemaw.
least Bev hasn't shut the AC off though yet today, which is nice.
Well, you know, Meemaw gets hot flashes.
Yeah.
Dr. Meemaw is hilarious.
I can't imagine judicial robes are very cool either. So
Yeah. I can't imagine that they have much of a case after this. She's like destroying them. It's like, was it a dog attack? Yes. Here's why. Goodbye and thank you.
Only thing good about judicial robes is I can wear anything under them. It's nice.
that's
Just wear
true.
some like athletic shorts or something, so I can just chill out. Just show up in jeans and show up in athletic shorts and t-shirt. Just put on a robe, it'll be fine.
No cartwheels for you, Kurt. I can see Kurt being one of those judges that we see on YouTube that gets mad and wants to fight the prosecutor in the back alley.
Or just on the court, on the floor of the courthouse. Yeah, just the cuffs. Yeah.
Okay, I will.
This is the judicial branch checking the executive, bitch.
I can totally see that happening. We can, Texas judge fights fights DA.
As long as I win.
Find that easy to look up on YouTube. I'll be showing that on my channel one day. That would be hilarious. I'd be like, I know that guy.
So how you decide motions? Yeah, bring it back. Trial by combat. I'm bring it back, baby.
Q Mortal Kombat sign. You don't have the Mortal Kombat. You're a gamer. What is up with you? The first good fighting games ever made.
Trial by ordeal.
Trial by ordeal. The testimony is in, Jordan. Jordan said, what reason would she have for not letting the testimony in? It's in. The jury's there for this.
We should ask ChatGPT. We should get transcripts and ask ChatGPT whether it thinks innocent or guilty. That'd be good. Can you send a champion?
I mean, even with the objections, though, they're getting the questions in there, so the jury's hearing it, and we know that you can only disregard it so much once it's in your ears.
I see nothing there. Thank you for posting, but I see nothing there.
We're gonna have Fight Club. It'll be great.
Hey, you're breaking the first rule. First rule of Fight Club.
Overruled.
Just never talk about Fight Club. Trial by sidebar. That would be Bev's favorite way to go by trial.
Mm-hmm.
She's already bought like 500 of Kurt's glasses. I'm telling you, he's got her address memorized at this point. It's kind of sad.
Mm-hmm.
Alexis said, I'll allow it. It's cool to be up here with you, Kurt and Tony. I've had you on my channel once, haven't I, Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
So I'm wondering if they get any of the McAlberts to testify here in the defense's portion, if they will start showing up in the gallery to watch the proceedings.
It's funny they haven't been here at all. Like, at all.
Well, Jen's the only one that's testified. The others are probably
Yeah,
still
Your
under
Honor?
subpoena.
Yes.
So
With Your Honor's permission to republish Exhibit 1. Thank you for your patience, Dr. Russell. Is what
Dr. Russell
the
thinking
wound
I'm not
you
getting paid
see
enough for
on
this shit
Exhibit
right
1
now?
She doesn't get paid anything.
consistent or inconsistent with what you have seen from your experience with regard to motor vehicle accident victims?
Inconsistent.
Could you go into more detail? Could you elaborate?
It's nothing like a bumper.
I mean, seriously, like that would be the next logical question. Like, can you go into detail and
Seriously.
explain like why, preferably in as much and thorough
Dramatic-
detail as possible?
Yeah, dramatic pause is nice,
could
but
have published Exhibit 206, which is in evidence, Your Honor.
I can't believe he's not asking that. I mean, really.
Do you recognize Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Did you review that as part of any report in this case?
Yes.
And can you describe how you reviewed this document as part of your evaluation of this case?
Well, I reviewed the injuries, which are so this is a decedent, a picture of a decedent. A different case, not the decedent in this case, totally separate case.
And
So
is this from Dr. Welcher's report that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, so
Oh, boy.
continue, please.
Oh, boy.
And so this is a person deceased, looks like in the street, and he's got multiple injuries. And this is allegedly from an auto versus pedestrian accident.
So if we could, are you able to discern any injuries to any limbs from this? If you could zoom in on the limbs, Mr. Wolk, thank you.
So there is a very extensive degloving, partially degloving, avulsion injury to the forearm of this individual, the extensive skin loss, damage to the subcutaneous tissue, possibly damage to other tissues beneath that.
that would explain why we're not seeing it.
And,
Degloving is bad.
Mr. Wolf,
Well,
if you
another
could
case,
zoom back
too.
out and go
Yeah.
to the list.
The degloving sounds
that
really
is
bad.
in
Oh, it is.
highlighted in the
Let's not talk about
original of this. And Dr. Russell, can you tell me whether you evaluated the list, and if so, how did you evaluate that list in connection with the photo?
Well, the photo is limited only really to the upper chest and the right arm. And so I can't comment on any of the CAT scan findings here on this list. But this is a list of numerous traumatic injuries to this person. And regarding the arm, it says right upper extremity wound with vascular injury, clinical.
What does that mean, if anything, to you?
Well, that suggests it's a soft tissue wound. However, what they're saying is clinical, so they're not commenting on if there were any X-ray findings, for instance. On an X-ray, but I mean, would be a post-mortem X-ray, and this is just a clinical diagnosis or a visual, hands-on diagnosis.
Do you know whether that line that you just read relates to any part of the photograph? Any part of the photograph?
Well, I believe it relates to that injury that we pointed out in the previous photograph.
Can you switch back to that, please, Mr. Wolf? And if you could just zoom in and just what does...
So this is the wound that they are talking about. It's a large gaping wound, soft tissue wound.
If we could go back to the list, please. Zoom in. Thank you.
But,
Please continue.
no. What I was going to say is that there are multiple other injuries in this person. Multiple serious, significant injuries, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraventricular hemorrhage, liver laceration, hemopneumothorax. That's blood and air in the chest cavity outside of the lungs. So it's in an area
You're
where it
supposed to
shouldn't
go in the
be.
lungs.
This person had numerous injuries.
Are you able to compare these injuries in that photo in this Exhibit 206? And did you compare them to your review of the autopsy report and other medical records of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustained.
Compound?
Answer the question? Oh. Okay.
You can take that down. From your review, did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any liver laceration?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any gaping, as you called it, lacerations to the right forearm?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any pneumothorax injuries that you were describing with regard to 206?
No hemopneumothorax.
Yep. Kind of missing more of the serious injuries you might expect.
Let's switch to another topic. Let's talk about clothing of the decedent.
I thought he was going to say Chloe.
In forming your opinion, did you consider Mr. O'Keefe's clothing in relation to his wounds?
Yes.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 150 in evidence published.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 150?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a picture of part of the hoodie, sweatshirt or shirt that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing at the time.
And wearing when?
At the time of his death.
And did you evaluate this photo as part of your review of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this. If we could please switch to, Your Honor, 147C in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. And what is 147C?
So this is a close-up of the sleeve of that shirt that we just saw on the previous image. And there's a hole or defect here in the sleeve, which I'm circling with the pointer. And there's a label that labels it number 1. And
Oh my gosh!
so I
look at the
see this
picture holes.
hole that is rather round
Oh.
and appears to have some fabric coming out of the hole towards the exterior of the jacket or the shirt.
Did you attribute any significance to the shape of the wound, and if so, what significance?
Oh my gosh!
The shape of the hole, yes. So it's rounded. I actually attributed a lot of significance to that.
Describe a lot of significance that you attributed to this hole.
Well, I believe that this hole was made by a canine tooth. And with the tooth going into
then pulling out the fabric.
the shirt, reaching the skin, and then coming out of the shirt, pulling out some fabric with it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh my gosh! I'm sorry.
And we'll come back to this. If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to 147D as in David that's in evidence.
Like something with force was trying
Do
to
you
pull.
recognize this photo?
Finally figuring out
Yes.
some facts
What
that
is it?
happened to John.
A round hole in the shirt, again with some fabric fibers pointing towards the outside of the shirt.
Is this the same hole that we just saw on 147C or a different hole?
Could we go back? I don't know.
Okay, so let's now go back to Exhibit 150. What significance, if any, do you give to the various triangles that are on the hoodie? Could you describe to the jury what those are and what's their purpose?
So the triangles are labels that were placed by either the police or the crime lab or someone, and the point of the triangle generally is pointing towards a hole in the shirt. As you can see, there are multiple ones here, and I want to make sure that you don't confuse it with this rather large defect, which is caused by something else.
So let's start with each one, and we'll go through these quickly. Let's start and zoom in on number 1. What did you conclude about the source of that hole in the hoodie?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate what is depicted as number 1 in that slide as part of your review?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation?
Sustained.
Let's go back and zoom out. Have you in your career examined clothing either as part of your forensic pathology practice or your emergency medicine practice to determine the source of defects in clothing?
Yes.
How many times have you done that approximately in your career?
Several hundred.
Wow.
And have you, in those several hundred times, have you ever had to reach a conclusion as to whether there was any connection between defects in clothing and wounds to humans?
Many times.
Can you give some examples of the many times you've had to look at clothing and defects in clothing to assist you in determining wound recognition in a human?
Yes, so let me clarify. It's mostly used in forensic pathology, not so much in emergency medicine. The clothing and the cause of the wound is as important as in emergency medicine as the treatment of the wound. But in forensic pathology, it's a key component to any examination where you think that it was an unnatural death. So, so I've done it in gunshot wounds, in stab wounds, multiple times, looking at the defects, looking at the direction of the, of what I think the bullet, bullet track was, determining entry and exit wounds. In stab wounds, I've utilized them to help determine offensive and defensive wounds or injuries. So yes, many times.
Have you ever performed that analysis? You mentioned, testified earlier, 500 to 1,000 evaluations of dog-inflicted wounds on humans. Have you ever performed the analysis of defects in clothing and compared them to wounds on humans in the context of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
I don't think so. Perhaps.
Well, yes. So in terms of, have there been any instances of doing that in your career? Have you done that at all in your career?
Maybe that one child case.
All righty. So let's go now to the you were discussing the
them trying to
defects
reconnect your
in
mic?
the arm,
I don't know what that was.
as well as
I'm taking no
wounds in the
responsibility
arm
for
and
this.
then the defects in the clothing. In terms of the back to Exhibit 1.
That was the pay attention noise, chat.
In terms of that pattern that is in the arm, And in terms, let's go back to the hoodie. I'll strike that. Have you, in your career, in the terms of evaluating motor vehicle accidents, have you evaluated the clothing of victims of motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
How many times roughly have you evaluated what clothing looks like in terms of motor vehicle accidents?
Well, in many cases, I had to cut off the clothing in the emergency department, so I observed the clothing then. And then in the post-mortem cases, I evaluated the clothing, but oftentimes, sometimes it wasn't helpful.
Have you ever evaluated clothing in determining whether or not the defects in the clothing are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident? Have you ever evaluated that as a forensic pathologist?
Not specifically.
Right. And in terms of your observations in either emergency medicine or forensic pathology, have you ever observed defects from motor vehicle accidents in clothing?
Yes.
Is what is depicted in this exhibit consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Sustained.
In determining, let's go back to Exhibit 1, please. In determining and reaching your opinion with regard to the source of these wounds, is it necessary for you to reach that opinion to see a specific dog to determine whether the wounds are from a dog in general?
No.
And in your experience that you talked about
Who let
earlier
the
today,
dogs
the
out?
500 to 1,000, was it ever necessary in that experience to go locate the dog, to see the dog, to treat or evaluate the patient?
No.
Why is it, well, in terms of, we're going to move to another category, studies. Did you review any studies informing your opinions in this case?
Can we put the lights on and take this?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Yes, many.
And did those studies that you review support or not support your conclusions in this case?
Sustained.
Which studies did you rely upon?
Well, I reviewed quite a few, 10 to 20 in depth, and I relied a lot on 2 of the articles.
Do you recall the names of the lead authors in the studies that you said, that you just referenced?
Yes, one of them was Demuniak.
Could you spell that, please?
I wish. Demunnyck, I believe.
And was there...
And then there was another one, Pollack, Pollack.
I was getting ready for her to say, yeah, I know the author. They're me. Not this time, though.
It was me, a pseudonym.
Oh,
Sometimes I write under our names for fun.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your
Call
Honor,
me.
my recollection is correct. We've already pre-marked as exhibits for identification these studies, 2 studies.
Munich? You mean like Germany?
Studies, I'm going to show them to Mr. Yes, thank you. So we can just make sure I have all pages. Do you have these handed out? Okay, if I can just have a moment. Okay, I've got them. These are them. If I could have marked for identification as one document, please.
Exhibit PPP for ID.
One more, Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
And exhibit QQQ for ID.
Mr. Unless you would, when the court reporter's down.
Sure. Yes, Your Honor.
Which is what?
Exhibit PPP is the Demunic, and exhibit QQQ is Pollock, and those are the lead author names. You're welcome. Yeah, I leave them with the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell, I have provided you with those two exhibits. I would ask you to just briefly take a look at them and let me know whether you recognize those as the articles that you were referencing before.
Yes.
Now let's start out with the Demunic study. Is that exhibit PPP?
PP.
Right. So is this the study that you referenced earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe for the jury how that study related to the opinions in this case?
Objection. Sustained.
Are these the studies that you cite to as a basis for support for your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And is QQQ a study that also supports your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your conclusions with regard to, if we can go back once more to exhibit number 1. With regard to your opinion on the cause of these injuries, can you once again state your opinion as to the cause of these injuries?
I believe these injuries were caused by a dog attack.
So I'm going to strike that word.
Yeah, so Dr. Russell, if you could, with regard to bite parlance, can you state what your opinion is with regard to
Bite parlance.
Bite? So do you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
Yes. I believe that these injuries are the result of dog bites and or claw marks.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That is all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
All right. Thank you.
I figured you'd try and run the clock out, but
You want these? Okay.
Hank's coming in hot. I'm pretty sure.
Yep. You can't let any of that stand, that's for sure. That is unacceptable, Think. Is it true that you're currently pursuing that degree? You're right. I'm a fraud.
May I?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Dr. Russell, we've met before.
Yes,
I've asked you questions before,
yes,
and you've testified before where I've had a chance to ask you about some of your statements and opinions, haven't I?
yes.
Before this case, had you ever testified as an expert in dog bites in any federal court in the United States?
No,
Before this case, had you ever testified in any state court in anywhere in the country as an expert in dog bites?
no,
Other than this case, have you ever testified in a courtroom as an expert about dog bites?
no,
Last year, you learned that there was litigation regarding this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, correct?
yes,
You learned a little bit of information about it, and it piqued your interest, didn't it?
yes.
Did you know that the case was receiving a lot of attention?
No,
Did you know that it was on television?
I had no idea until I got here.
You spoke to a colleague in Los Angeles, correct?
I'm sorry, I spoke to who?
A colleague?
I spoke to a district attorney in Los Angeles.
And did you just bring up the subject, or did that person bring it up to you?
I brought it up.
When you brought that up, is it because you knew of the relationship between that district attorney and somebody on the defense team?
Yes,
You wanted to get involved in this high-profile case, didn't you?
no,
Well, you weren't called by anybody on the defense and retained as an expert in the traditional sense, were you?
that's correct.
It was after you reached out yourself and interjected yourself into this case, true?
I did so for a reason, and the reason being that I knew I was one of the only people in the United States board certified and residency trained in emergency medicine and also residency trained in forensic pathology, and therefore I had a unique skill or knowledge set, and I was one of the very few people that had the knowledge of dog bites.
I believe it.
As well as those other.
You're pretty well qualified.
trainings.
I have no problem believing you're
Because of
definitely on the
fact
upper
that
end
you
of the
held this
echelons.
opinion about yourself, you wanted to get involved in this very high-profile case, didn't you?
I thought I could help clarify the issues as to whether or not this could be a dog bite, and maybe they could move on to something else if it wasn't.
Did you want to get involved?
No, not really.
Inevitably, you got hired by the defense, didn't you?
I don't know if it was
Yes,
inevitable.
I reluctantly agreed.
Yeah.
And they paid for your time?
They are paying for the time.
Yes. Did you know that there was a relationship between the district attorney you spoke to in California and somebody on this defense table?
I know, yes,
So when you spoke to the district attorney, did you have the hope that they would reach out on your behalf to get you involved in this case?
as I said, I hoped that they could reach out to the team and I could help clarify issues so that they could move on. If it wasn't, if these weren't dog bites, then no sense spending a whole bunch of time on it.
After you testified in this case last year, you then began to advertise yourself as a dog bite expert, didn't you?
I had advertised myself many years ago as a dog bite expert, I think. I'm not sure, but yes, I did advertise myself as a emergency medicine and forensic pathology expert.
Did you take
with other, sub interests.
Sure. Did you take a photograph of you testifying at trial and put it on a website to promote your accomplishments?
It's a listing service for physicians, and yes, there is a photograph.
So you took a photograph from your participation in this event,
Yes, that's there.
and you used that photograph in your participation at this event to try to procure future work, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that was the reason, no.
When you listed a number of
It's
things
almost like
that
you
have
want a
experience in
recent
after this
photograph of
case,
yourself.
you then added that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
I believe I am an expert in dog bites.
I believe
yes.
it too.
But after this case, and after you took the photograph from this case, and after you created this advertising, you then added the fact that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
Well, yes,
It
because
was
she
all at the
literally is
same
now
time. And
a certified
it was
expert.
submitted at the same time.
Right, after this case.
Because now you've
after
testified as a dog
participated
bite
and
expert, so you got that going for you.
To involve yourself in this case, you then used it as a marketing opportunity, didn't you?
Well, I also
No, we
just,
know
I
Hank
had
doesn't have any
retired from my
content
full-time job,
on the
and I
actual
had
content of her
time, and
testimony, so
I wanted to
obviously
get
it's
more
the only
involved
attack he's
in some forensic legal cases, and not specifically dog bite cases. I have much more experience with other cases.
Undoubtedly, I respect that, but simply, after you testified in this case, you did use your participation as a way to try to garner future interest in cases and income, didn't you?
I did, but I did not mention this case.
Have you testified in any other court since this case as a dog bite expert?
No.
You had written a few articles that were
few.
peer-reviewed
A few.
on dog bites back in, is it the 1990s?
Yes.
And they involved law enforcement canines?
Yes.
And you describe in those articles how a law enforcement canine grabs and holds, is that the technique they call it?
Yes.
Where they lock their jaw and then they pull and hold on to the subject that they're attacking or holding?
Yes, that's what they were trained to do back then.
And you would agree that there's a difference between, generally, the way a domestic dog bites and a law enforcement dog bites?
Generally, yes.
Yeah.
Since those two articles in 1990, have you authored
He's going to say Chloe
anything
wasn't
else
a
regarding
police dog because she
dog
failed
bites?
out.
No.
They tried.
You had mentioned that you had gone to seminars regarding identification. Now, I had a chance to ask you a number of months ago about some details about training and education you have on pattern recognition analysis as it specifically relates to dog bites. Remember I asked you those questions a number of months ago?
I believe you did.
And I'd asked you if you could give us any specific listed trainings that you had regarding pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. And at that time, you did not have any names of any classes or seminars or certificates that you have. You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general, and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite.
Are we suggesting that it was a human being now?
No, I did not specifically attend
It wasn't a dog. It was
seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February
It was
that
an
I did
alligator.
attend at the
Anyone think
American
about
Academy
that?
of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis
I mean,
of
I
dog
called
bites,
this.
did
I
you?
told you he was going to go after
Of specifically dog bites?
how
No.
many.
I only want to talk about dog bites. I know you're well trained and educated. I respect that, but I want
Do
to talk
you?
about
Do you
dog
respect
bites.
that? Are you sure?
You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
fact,
It sounds pretty
forensically,
niche.
Have you
But maybe I'll
ever
create one.
been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite, other than right here in this very case? Have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times, tell us what stands out. When were you asked ever, over your entire career, to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never,
Never.
never.
Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
Okay. And so this is the first shot, the first crack you've had at looking at a photograph and trying to make a determination based just on a photograph whether or not the wound is generated from a particular mechanism, and in this case,
I find this a little absurd. I find these questions slightly absurd. I mean, someone's got to do it for the first time, and it doesn't really come up that much because normally it's not something we do. And yeah, so I'm having to create it. But you know, if there's anyone that has to create it, it's like she's pretty well credentialed to create it. It's like, yeah, that's why I'm an expert. I'm an expert. I have to create something from nothing. I've got like 30 years experience with the coroner and the police and the thing. It's like, yeah, so I had to create it a little bit, but well, someone's got to be the first. Might as well be me because I'm the best. I'm pretty sure of the tiers of experts that there are relating to this subject matter. You've got to be up there. I don't know if you're necessarily number one. You won't go that far, but of all the experts that are available, you've got to be in the upper bounds of it.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, so
And
yeah,
I'm
it's like I had to create it. It's like, okay.
If the Commonwealth could find somebody more qualified, they were free to call them.
That's
bring
right.
them into the trial.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like someone's got to bootstrap this, right? Someone's got to be the first guy that invents it, right? It's like the guy who testified about, creating the boards in Florida, or, whoever, whatever. It's like, yeah, someone's got to be the first one. Hippocrates himself is like, he's got to invent this. Someone's got to invent it, man. Someone's got to be number one. What the hell, man? Do you know how this works? This is how also science moves. Not to put too fine a point on it. Scientists are always constantly inventing, and professionals are constantly inventing. Doctors invent new techniques. They invent new things. Someone is the first one to do a so-and-so procedure, and then the entire procedure gets named after that guy because he was the first one to do it. Damn it! Someone's got to be the first. Yeah, we're making it up.
Opinion a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
And when you took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that they were dog bites, yes. I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
She's got a collection of dog bites? Nice.
So, not when you knew it was a dog bite and you took a photo. I know you have an interest. I'm asking, other than this case, there was never, ever a time in your career where you were presented with a photo and asked to give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case?
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you have any experience in before this effort?
Your question is
I've
dumb.
recognized that pattern many times.
I've
never thought to
my question.
And also expertise can come from anywhere, including experience, right? So it isn't I read it in a study. It isn't I read it in a book. I gained the expertise because I saw it 1,000 times, because I did my career and I saw it. And human beings are pattern recognition machines, so I know what I'm looking at. So get off my lawn. What the fuck?
You do not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition and
No, because no one up till now has thought to invent it.
Isn't that fair to say?
No, I'm a trailblazer. I invented it.
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. You believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury.
With respect to dog bites?
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience to look at a photograph and make a determination, the mechanism of injury?
No, I said, if I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites.
Yeah.
But your question just now was not specific to dog bites.
right.
Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right, my apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
I did say that, and that's because of my unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Russell, from
Have
your
useful
perspective,
strength.
as
She's
far as
definitely
you know,
gotta be
you are
up there.
the only person in the entire United States.
Brendan's asking this question like it is incredible, and I'm like, no, I totally buy this.
Yeah.
I totally buy this. I totally buy you are one of the very few physicians with this particular unique combination of skills who among the people who could do this, you are up in the upper tier of the tippy upper tier. Like, yes, I am the badass. I am number one. And he says this like it's incredible. And I'm like, no, I totally buy this. She's right up there, man. Yeah, I buy it 100%. Fuck off.
America, who is qualified to look at a photograph and make a determination whether the wound was derived from a dog bite?
No, I am one of I'm the only physician that I know of that can do that. There may be, a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very
Oh, what a fucking
particular
stupid thing.
expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
I'm not aware of anyone.
Also, like, when you think about a PhD, like to get a PhD by like definition, you have to invent something that's completely novel. Like that's sort of like what the PhD is, right? It's because you're inventing something completely novel. And so she's invented something completely novel. That's like no one. It's like, yeah, and it's like it happens. You have to invent something completely new. It happens in law too. Lawyers sometimes have to do that, or judges sometimes, because every once in a while, something new happens, and we have to make shit up. And so it's like, what are we talking about?
Is there for a reason. I mean, if
Yeah.
we didn't have any questions, then we wouldn't need them.
Right. It's like, what are we talking about, man? Yeah. Every once in a while, we have to make shit up. But I'm pretty well qualified in the make shit up category because I have a lot of experience. It's like, yep, that's fine.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist,
Yes.
and there's about, or would you agree there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
Sure.
I believe that there might be, there's probably, I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists, those
That's a pretty
500 or
short list as it
600
goes
people
already.
have the unique
That's a pretty short list.
qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis of a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
And so you think that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Yeah, I know more,
Have you ever heard of a
bitch.
doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any reports by Dr. La Posada?
No.
Really? Is this what we're doing? Are we seriously? Is this what we're doing? I found one guy who actually can play this game with you. Oh, so it turns out there is another doctor. Okay, so now there's 2 of us. Ooh, exciting.
Yep.
Anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La Posada?
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever? Well, how do you believe that? Who told you
Because
that?
I've heard of her name at national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
Do you know whether or not she has any participation in this case?
I believe she does.
Well, so you know when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case? You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this
Damn
case.
straight.
Do you
Fuck
know that
off.
she has involvement in this case?
I believe she does. The attorneys have not shared everything with me
Well,
in terms of who the witnesses are.
somebody must have shared her name. Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
Who shared
Come
her
on,
name
Brendan.
that she may be a participant in this case?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody might.
I think I got a file or something, but
I mean, it sounds like
So when you
Brendan
were
did a
reviewing this
deposition. He
case-
could have been the one who said it.
Did you get materials from any of the attorneys
Yeah, you did just now.
offered by Dr. Laposada?
I don't think I read a report. I was very interested in reading a report by Dr. Laposada. I was very interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. Laposada might have written.
Do you know whether or not you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
I would think
Right.
he's probably
So you
pretty
would
thorough.
know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us that you saw something with her name on it, can you give us a little more information
Fuck
and
off.
share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. Laposada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report and there was no report in it.
Did you ever ask for one?
I didn't ask because
Now, why would she?
I didn't ask. I wanted to. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I
Yeah,
didn't
I
ask.
mean, who
Were
is she
you
to
ever
ask
told what
to
other
get stuff
people's
that doesn't
opinions
exist?
might be regarding those photographs?
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites.
Did you ever receive any reports from the defense about what other persons' opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you say non-physician, you're trying to make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents
Okay, so why did you qualify him as a non-physician?
because I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person
Because
that
I'm
is
more well
best
qualified
qualified
than
for
that
that is
ass
a
son of a
physician.
bitch.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it. in your
A medical examiner is a
Medical examiner
physician.
is a
Is a
physician.
physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an opinion on
Some-
dog bites?
Some, but in their case, I would hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog bites.
I'm doctor as a disqualification. How about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer who's not a doctor have the experience in your mind to
Fuck
come in
no.
and give an opinion about photographs and the genesis of the wounds?
A dog trainer? Fuck no.
Oh, that look on her face right now.
How about a non-doctor, as you said, you've made a distinction.
Uh-huh.
They're simply a dog trainer, maybe even an uncertified dog trainer. Person-
Really? That's what we want to do? You want to ask the doctor if the uncertified dog trainer would be able to offer an opinion as qualified as hers? Really? Seriously? That's what we're doing now? Okay. All right. You do you, Brennan. You do you.
Qualifications in your mind to be able to look at photographs and determine whether or not the cause of the injury is a dog bite?
There may be a certain small subset of people who have, very much experience with dog bites that could qualify as suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites, but I don't think that they could definitively. I'm
sorry,
not.
get the answer.
I think that someone could, who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans, could possibly say that they were consistent with.
Even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I'd prefer that to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
It seems like the standard is now kind of changing a little bit.
What?
Because when I asked you,
Sustain.
No, I don't think it is changing, and also I think you're a moron, and I think she's right. I don't think you necessarily have to be an MD to be able to determine that things are dog bites. You might be able to get that experience some other way, because it all goes down to pattern recognition, right? That's basically what this boils down to. So
Yeah,
if you're not an MD, but you have experience with a lot of dog bite wounds, preferably where some other kinds of wounds are also happening, so you can distinguish between the two, would be nice. But if you have experience, you might be able to say something is a dog bite wound or not. It's despite the fact you're not an MD. But then the question would be like, what is the basis of your knowledge? How did you get that knowledge? Which is the same question you'd be asking of any expert witness. So it's like, I don't think she's changing the standard, and I think this question is dumb, and I hate you.
you mentioned the other person, you disqualified the person because they weren't a doctor. It seems now in some instances,
Fuck off.
you're willing to accept a non-doctor into your very select group of
Oh, fuck
If
bullshit.
well, I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds
Right.
inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog,
Yeah.
and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not
Right, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to think.
If in terms of a medical examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two
Right,
cases,
as for that exact reason that a medical examiner and an MD is not necessarily inherently qualified, because an MD, in general, is just generally fix the problem. I mean, that's kind of what the MD is trying to do. I think she said this earlier, like some MDs trained are not particularly trained on trying to figure out what the source of the injury was at all. They don't really give a shit. They don't really give a shit what the source of the injury is. They don't give a fuck. They're just there.
I can't imagine.
They're just there to fix the. They're just there to fix the problem. What caused it? Don't care. And it's like, yeah. So her answer is perfectly reasonable, and everything is dumb.
of dog bites, and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
No.
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
I'm pretty sure your
But I'm
dog
asking about
behaviorist
your
expert hasn't taken that class either.
Well, that's correct.
You
Fuckface.
haven't, have you?
That's correct. I can't take a course that doesn't exist.
You've never engaged in any type of opinion, looking at photographs, and then had that opinion peer reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
Does Brendan think he's winning
experience
this?
in veterinarian medicine?
I'm aware of it. That's my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments, like degrees?
In veterinary medicine, not really, not so much. No.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year, and there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. There's a voir dire for some fucking
Excuse me?
stupid reason.
Say again,
When
please.
you volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes.
Do you remember that was on June 18, 2022?
Sounds right.
And then you then testified at trial on June 21st, 2022.
Yes.
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
No.
But since then, we have met,
Yes.
and we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12, 2024.
Yes.
And then after that, we again had an opportunity to discuss this on January 7, 2025.
Yes.
When you
I don't think you want to fuck this woman off, Brendan. I'm pretty sure she knows more ways to kill you than anyone you've ever met in your life, and make it look like an accident.
Reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year, you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes.
You had just an autopsy report, photographs from the coroner, photographs from the hospital, an emergency room report. Yes?
Yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report?
Yes, and there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, a town of Canton report.
Okay.
Ooh,
So
tell us
when
about the
you
report, please.
had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And there's a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
Sure.
Yes, there is.
And if you are actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and see things that don't always appear in photographs.
That's correct.
And when you would do medical exams, you had a distinct advantage over people who would later see your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that when you testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scordi-Bello's report for information.
Yes.
Because you didn't have the benefit of doing measurements or looking at depths or anything else firsthand.
Yes. Correct.
And when you looked at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also had a chance to see Dr. Scordi-Bello's report regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes.
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
Yes.
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm. Right?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
You not only read that, you deferred to her ability to have a first-hand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
Yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes.
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scordi-Bello?
Yes.
Did you accept her finding and observation?
Yes.
And you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
They are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes, you did. Shut up.
Did you rely on her ability and first-hand observation of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you appreciate or accept the fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of?
She made no interpretation of those ones.
Well, did you know that Dr. Scordi-Bello had described them as superficial?
They are.
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no puncture?
Not inconsistent with what I said.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you, do you
I-
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have the witness see the report that he keeps referring to?
Can you answer that question without seeing it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Would you accept that Dr. Scordi-Bello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about any testimony, anything that she's ever said. Would you agree or accept?
I mean, Scordi-Bello wasn't
that there is no puncture
somebody
or
who'd
depth
see a
to
whole bunch
those
of dog
wounds.
bite wounds.
Objection, Your Honor. Like all the
I don't know how she would give an opinion on it.
Excuse me.
Yes. Sidebar.
Okay.
Sidebar. More stupid. Also, I don't care what the report says. Some of those wounds are decidedly not superficial. At least I don't know what we're defining as superficial, but I don't know that I would call them superficial, but maybe it's just me.
Well, I mean, they're not like super deep down to the bone. I mean, it is mostly skin that's missing, not.
Yeah.
It could be a lot worse, put it that way.
May I?
Fair.
Yes,
It's
please.
fair.
Dr. Russell, I read to you the measurements that were in Dr. Scotti-Bello's report. Are you aware that she testified that these superficial abrasions did not have any depth or any puncture?
I don't recall that.
Well, would you agree if Dr. Scotti-Bello testified in this court that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth? Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
In that form, it's sustained.
Would you agree that the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no punctures?
I agree.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no depth?
No measurable depth, yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later, but we'll do that a little bit later, Dr. Russell.
I'm sure she probably said at some
Over the
point it
course
would
of your many
probably cause
testimonies
punctures.
under oath, would it be fair to
Not
say
necessary.
that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions about the cause of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
Ooh, she said some of them were claw marks last
When you
time.
first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right? I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes.
And before-
In
Please.
there was a hearing and then there was a proceeding.
Okay. That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. You testified twice last year, didn't you?
3 times.
3 times. Okay. The first time you testified was just before the judge?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
And do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me, and we've had a chance to talk over the last 2 events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
No.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
But very minor.
Are you going to impeach her
At
now?
some point
Or are we,
Probably.
before or
It doesn't- it
during
doesn't
our
sound like you're going
conversations
to.
in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
That's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization.
And some of the language in this report is really not your language, it's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
You know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments, though, this sentence belongs, you know, with this paragraph or the, you know, whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True?
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped you,
No,
didn't he?
actually, it wasn't.
Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background. Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988
Yes.
as a physician?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, you know, and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes,
surgery.
there is a
surgery.
component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's
What
license.
kind of fucking
in
stupid question is
California.
this?
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified, do you remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
You were less sure.
I don't know. In the U.S. system, did the British? First of all, does any state split the difference? And second of all, did the British split the difference today? Because that'd be interesting. Because I know that historically, surgery and medicine were split in British culture. I don't know if there's. It's like that whole in the U.S. thing, the difference between being a barrister and being a solicitor, right? In the U.S., we don't split that. We don't split that role. So it's like, yeah, in the U.S. we don't split it. In the British system, they do split it.
I think him splitting it has more to do with their neurosurgeon being superior because he's a surgeon and she's just a doctor. So it's not that she's faking credentials. It's just that they're.
Well, I don't know that you can necessarily say that one is inherently superior to the other. It depends what you need, I suppose. Sometimes,
it is. Yeah.
Sometimes you need a doctor and sometimes you need a surgeon. If one's really good at one and one's really good at the other, and I have the wrong one, I'm going to probably have a problem. There's probably some people that are really good at both, but
Yeah, but he's trying to score as many points as he can, as easy as he can.
Yeah, we don't license by specialty, right? So in the U.S. we don't license by specialty. Yeah, so any doctor could, at least in principle, do either one at any time. But as far as their license is concerned, right? They can do anything as far as their license is concerned.
Yeah,
so it's like a lawyer. Like, yeah, I can do anything as a lawyer because we don't split those differences. It's like, yeah, it's like, are you a criminal lawyer? Or are you a civil lawyer? I'm like, well, I don't know what to tell you. The neither Texas nor the United States splits the difference. So I'm whatever I want to be today, baby.
Yeah. And I think Brandon's going to start impeaching her because I think originally she had said bite or scratch marks. And as time had gone by, she was more certain there were bites than scratches.
Yeah, and they call surgeons Mr. in the UK because they derive from barbers. And so they're still called, I believe they're still today called Mr. in the UK, which I actually think is pretty cool, to be honest. I kind of like that, but that's awesome. Anyways, pressing on.
About your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in medicine, we're taught never, nothing is 100%, and therefore never say, anything's 100%. So that's why
I am still 100% sure that Lexus is not making it to space.
Yeah.
I gave that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case, but I personally was certain that that was a dog, that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate, again, my findings. So, so my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case, back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believe that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right. So the argumentative part is out. Ask the question, Mr. Blair.
I want to go back to identify the evolution of your opinions. So let's start at the beginning.
So, question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
I don't know about that.
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, the claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
Yes, there is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined.
Yeah, with the chupacabra.
We just went through that, yes.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach with regard to this line of questioning?
So why don't we break for today? All right, so jurors, we're not going to finish this today.
This feels like a pile of stupid.
Today, I do have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. Tomorrow is also...
How are you supposed to be so careful about your social media? How am I supposed to actually implement that, Your Honor? I'd like to know.
I just assumed you completely abandoned social media.
Can I see
for the
counsel
duration
while
of
the
trial.
jury's filing out, please?
The only way you can be certain.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining me. Hopefully you can join me as well tomorrow. That'd be fun. I had fun.
Yeah, I should be around most of tomorrow. I might not be here the whole day, though. I do have a few things going later in the afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah. It was fun. What do you think they're talking about?
I don't know what they're talking about. The whole thing seems dumb.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Russell's opinion changed over time, became more certain, but I mean, it's not like she's saying something completely different than what she said in the first place.
Yeah. Miss Mandy, you had fun, but you're not here. So how can you be having fun when you're not here? It's very sad. Rose might join us at some point too. That'd be cool. All the mods can join us. This panoply of dumb. Just in case my computer goes out or something stupid like that. When the stream ends, I'm going to run it for a couple more minutes and see, just to make sure it's running.
Oh,
okay.
yeah. They might come back for a few minutes. Until Spinny Fan stops spinning, it's not over.
That's right.
No, but you'll
Got
notice.
to do work for my channel? Oh, okay, Miss Mandy. I guess it's okay.
Yeah.
You can't do both? You can't multitask? I mean, I'm doing multiple things usually. I mean, come on.
But it's not like Dr. Russell had to supplement her report to change her testimony mid-trial. You know, this has at least been in place for a while.
This jury doesn't acquit. I'm going to be very mad.
But I like how Brendan was taking the time to grill her on, somebody helped you write this report, didn't they? Like Welcher and Burgess didn't have entire teams of people giving them help trying to get their report squared away. I'm sure they submitted multiple things to the Commonwealth to say, is this what you want? No? Okay, well, then we'll give you something different. I mean, that's pretty much how all of the experts run, isn't it?
Yeah. All kinds of exciting.
I don't know. That's Hank. You can't put anything past him. He'll make anything sound nefarious.
Yeah, what is Polymarket doing?
That's a good question.
22%. What is Polymarket doing?
Well, 22% would be down. Wasn't it up much higher than that before?
I don't think it was up by much. I think it was like 23%, wasn't it?
Okay, I was thinking 27, but I could be wrong.
67% chance to acquit is a much bigger percentage.
Oh, that is. That's up, I think, 12 points.
It's up a lot. Yeah, so it's up at like 26 cents. So the guilty is down to 22% from 26%, but to acquit is now at 67%, up 15%.
Okay.
I hope you're right, Polymarket. I'm still going to be doom scrolling over here until this thing is over.
Oh yeah, I'm not holding my breath. Anything could happen. Jury's going to jury, and it all depends on how they view Hank, I guess, really, because he's more of the Commonwealth's case than any single witness. How he's putting it together. So.
Yeah. Went up quite a bit from the 30th, which is when I guess the state's case ended.
Yeah.
Since the defense is offering testimony, apparently it's getting a lot better for that. That's nice. And that's guilty. Yeah. Down 22%.
Down, yeah. Well, I'm wondering what they're paying Dr. Russell this time. Hank didn't put out any numbers, so I can't imagine it's much. Otherwise, he for sure would have told us how much he was getting paid.
Yeah. Good times. I hope they acquit. I definitely don't want to do this trial again, and I definitely don't want her to be convicted. I don't like either of those outcomes.
So I can only imagine what a third trial would look like, because I can't imagine Brendan would stay on. But Hard to say.
Yeah. Trying to find the right tab. Core TV's feed is over, so I guess it's over for the day. Yay. All right, guys. Well, we will be on tomorrow, 11 or 7:45 in the morning Central Time for another exciting day. Any parting thoughts before we end the stream?
Make sure when we redirect you to tomorrow's stream, hit the like button. Already pregame it. The more
Gotta pregame it.
pregame motion we get,
Gotta get
the
the pregame going on.
more impetus we get tomorrow. YouTube likes it. Make sure to check out the merch store. If somebody wants, well, I can drop the link. I'm perfectly capable. Go check out the merch store now that the day's over. We're not distracting you. Thank Jinx again, as always, for all the wonderful work she does for us with all the merch.
Jinx is awesome. Many great items.
Thank all the mods, by the way, for being here today.
It was a lot of fun. I was glad we had JD, and hopefully he'll join us again too.
That'll be nice.
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. So thanks everyone for dropping by, and I will see you tomorrow.